officers who were present, explains why the video may not have told the whole story. I guess that's the way to put it, because everyone has to realize that body-worn camera, these videos, whether the body-worn camera videos or cell phone videos, are only a representation of a two-dimensional, from two-dimensional viewing angles. The third dimension, meaning the officer's perceptions, the eyesight, the senses, feel, touch, etc., the environmental considerations, is critical in coalescing, coordinating, applying that to the body-worn camera video. So all of that has to come into play, and a lot of that is going to be based on, again, human subjective analysis and perception, which obviously isn't quantifiable, but you can qualitate it.
Right.
To, especially based on training and experience.
Well, and the reason I asked that question is because we have two very distinctive narratives coming out already on what happened this morning in Minneapolis. One from the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, saying this was clearly justifiable force. This person was using the car as a deadly weapon. And then you have the mayor of Minneapolis saying that that is basically BS. That is not true. He called that,
quote unquote.
Exactly. He's using very strong language that basically DHS is lying, and it's very clear what happened here. Any words of wisdom for all of us who are watching, for our elected officials, for our federal and local authorities? On, to me, this just seems as if everyone is rushing really quickly on both sides of the aisle here.
Yes, and again, whether the federal government or the state of or Minneapolis has different information, again, who knows? But that is very common in these situations, whether or not it specifically applies to ICE or if this was even a bank robbery. And the shooting occurs, there's always going to be two sides that develop immediately after these incidents. It's just human nature. And especially under these circumstances, given the parties involved and the atmosphere, I get it. I think we all get it. Again, it is way too early.
Right.
And I cannot overemphasize that. This is way too early to properly determine what exactly happened and whether or not the shooting was reasonable. This is going to take months to analyze. The audience needs to understand, I've never been involved in an officer-involved shooting investigation that was completed even within 6 months. Right. Typically, they can go on for well over a year. Forensic evidence, witness interviews. Here you have multiple witnesses, civilians, law enforcement. They're going to have to analyze this, all the videos, compare them with each other, do a matrix comparison. They're going to bring in human physiology experts to explain how long it takes for the common individual, never mind an officer, to be able to perceive the threat.
And it's set, Ed, if I'm sorry to interrupt you, and it's set in the middle of an active campaign to remove undocumented immigrants and criminals from the streets. So it's in the middle of all this right now, which makes it even more contentious. Ed, we got to turn to another report right now. We're very grateful that you joined us. Use of force expert out in California, Ed Obayashi. Thank you so much for your insight into this complex investigation right now. Grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's turn gears now to Gordon Severson, who is live there at 34th Street and Portland Avenue. Gordy, what do you know?
Well, the crowd is starting to get bigger here at the scene, and we're starting to see some acts of escalation. We did see a couple of people burning an American flag just a few minutes ago. That kind of got a response from the crowd. We also saw what appears to be some sort of a counter-protester that was kind of stirring things up, and several people kind of pushed him out of the area. We saw some punches thrown, but that was maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago. It's quieted down a little bit since then. We're starting to see some more people bringing in, loud instruments, loud noises, and so it's definitely changed from when I was here earlier this morning when it was very quiet, maybe 100 or 200 people. It has definitely grown since then. And for our viewers that are just, kind of tuning in, the scene has definitely changed from a law enforcement perspective. This morning, a lot of federal agents, a lot of FBI, but in the last hour or two, I haven't seen any federal agents. It's been mostly police and county sheriff's deputies who are now here keeping the scene secure so they can continue their investigation just down the street where those 3 vehicles are still smashed up against that light pole.
Next of kin, or who? What was the fight about? What was happening there? We saw a motion during during the press conference, and we couldn't decipher what it was, Gordy.
Yeah, I mean, some of the witnesses were telling me that it was someone that was maybe on the other side that was, calling out the protesters, and that was what happened. Others said it was someone that was, maybe having some sort of a mental illness situation and crossed a line, and then the crowd was reacting, and that started it. But that situation has been de-escalated, and there was no police intervention with that. It was all kind of people involved in the...
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news right now of a deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent. Take a look at this video. It is one angle. It shows the moment of the shooting. The police chief says it happened when the woman was approached by federal law enforcement because her car was blocking a road. You see what happens here. They say she was not a target of law enforcement. The woman then tries to drive away, but it appears there was an agent directly in front of her. From the video, it looks like at least 2 shots were fired by that agent. The police chief confirming at least 2 shots were fired. The woman's vehicle then crashes and she was pronounced dead at the hospital. Officials did not reveal the woman's identity, but authorities said she was middle-aged and white. This is the video. Once again, you can see agents approaching her, an agent in front of the car, that agent appearing to fire. According to this angle, just one of a couple of different videos we're looking at right now. The Department of Homeland Security saying in a statement, quote, "Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism." Again, that's coming from the federal government. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. Thankfully, the ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. City officials holding a news conference in the last hour with the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, sending a strong message to ICE, telling them to leave Minneapolis now. Take a listen.
To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you.
At the same time, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem addressed the shooting at a separate news conference near the border in Texas, calling it an act of domestic terrorism. Let's take a listen.
So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. and my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
Want to be very clear here. So far from the videos that we have seen, and we will keep showing them here, that is not exactly what has happened from the videos that we have seen. From the videos that we're seeing here, ICE agents approach a vehicle that is blocking them. The woman reverses. There is an ICE agent clearly in her direction, and it appears that ICE agent fires at least 2 shots at the woman, killing her. Again, the woman sped off. She was in the line of sight directly in front of that ICE agent. She did not stop her car. The ICE agent fired. She crashes her vehicle. Again, there are several different angles of this incident right now. We are looking at all of them, and we're giving you all the information we have at this hour. I do want to bring in NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, this just speaks to sort of the heightened level of intensity that is happening there in Minneapolis. We know that since at least December, according to NBC News, 1,400 people have been arrested in these ICE operations. What was happening today? Do we know in that area before this happened?
Well, they had targeted this area, again, for more ICE operations to build on that 1,400. So many of the arrests have been made just since Sunday, when ICE sent over 2,000 agents to Minneapolis area. And today was the day Border Patrol also started an increased presence in operations in Minneapolis. So tensions, Tom, were already high before this incident took place. And of course, it comes after the Trump administration has fired back at Governor Tim Walz. In that statement from the Department of Homeland Security about this incident, they blame Walz and the city's sanctuary policies for incidents like these. But as you can see very clearly in this video, Tom, it does not appear that this person sought out these officers. They are coming to her car. As she goes into reverse, we see, of course, from the back of the car, so it's not clear if the officer at the hood of the car could have thought that he was moving closer to her before she attempted to turn her wheel. But I've been speaking to senior DHS officials who are familiar with ICE's training, and the way they train federal officers really across the government is that they are only supposed to use their weapons and fire at a person if there's an immediate threat of injury or death. And so typically, an incident like this would be investigated to determine if the officer used his or her weapon because the bar had reached that height. Instead, what we're seeing today is very quick dissemination of information, both from DHS in terms of statements and from Secretary Kristi Noem, quick to say this was an act of domestic terrorism and that it builds on what they say is an increase in threats and assaults on ICE officers, only ratcheting up the tension further between federal law enforcement and city leaders in Minneapolis and Minnesota.
Yeah, Julia, we've covered a lot of these cases where someone is in a car and the car is approaching a police officer in that manner, whether at a high speed. We'll learn more exactly how fast they were going, and the car is considered a lethal weapon. Courts have upheld that. In this case, it appears, again, from this video, she is clearly moving forward. There is an ICE agent in front of her. It is for experts, and I'm sure at some point, maybe even a court of law, to look at this and say, was the ICE agent in the right? Was his life threatened? Was this driver in the wrong in not stopping, not surrendering when they were trying to get into her car and try to open her door? I do want to bring in Jim Cavanaugh right now. He is a retired ATF special agent. He's one of our NBC News analysts. Jim, we are seeing one angle. There's another angle out there as well. But from what you can see in this video, what exactly happened here? And I know it is very, very early and maybe even too early to sort of ask the question of who was right and who was wrong. But what are you seeing here with your eyes?
Well, we're seeing a person who was, being stopped in the street. Her vehicle's across the street, and ICE agents are trying to talk to her. There's an agent right next to the driver's window, Tom, trying to talk to her, and she accelerates to escape, apparently. We don't know her exact motivation, but to leave, to not comply with the officer's demands. There's another ICE agent, though, in front of the SUV. And what it will hinge on is the officer's belief, who fired the shots, the one who's in front, that he believed he was under imminent threat of death or great bodily harm by being struck by the vehicle. Now, I think what's critical in the case is going to be the angle of shot. For example, if the shots are through the side driver's window, the side window, then, that's not really justifiable use of force because the car is passing you. But if they're from the front, and from some of the bullet hole photographs I've looked at online, there appears to be one through the windshield, the front of the windshield just directly on the driver's side fender, and a couple more that may be bullet holes right below that in the body. And they said the officer fired 3 times. This puts him more directly in the path of the vehicle. He has a millisecond to decide if he's going to be run over or not.
And then, Jim, I guess the critical question is, Jim, the critical question is, what is most law enforcement training if that vehicle indeed was in front of him and heading towards him?
No, you use deadly force because you don't want to be run over. So you're justified to use deadly force to stop the action from running you over or hitting you. Even if you're hit with the headlight or the front fender, you could be seriously injured. Now, that's not to say it was justified. We don't know exactly, Tom, because the body-worn cameras of the ICE agents have to be analyzed. The statements of the agent, and especially the agent who fired his weapon, has to be analyzed. The witness videos have to be looked at. There has to be measurements. Everything has to be looked at carefully. But if it's reasonable that he thought he was going to be run over and he's being assaulted and maybe run over, he can use deadly force. Tom, a lot of times people say, he didn't think he was going to be run over. But when you're the person that's going to be run over,
right,
it's a millisecond you have to
It is
decide.
still very early, and tensions are still very high there in Minneapolis, and I'm sure we're going to learn much more in the minutes and hours ahead as we continue to cover this throughout the day here. We're going to stay on top of this. This is going to conclude this NBC News special report right now. We're going to have much more ahead on NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com, and a full wrap-up tonight on NBC Nightly News. We will come back on the air when events warrant it. I'm Tom Yamas. We thank you for watching it.
We did predict. We were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, sorry, we're hearing the ICE officer stopped a physician from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen videos all over social media that someone tried to help this lady, and they were told, they were pointing guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly, since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
So, Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
She wasn't driving the car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? We say an agent's phone them or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation? Go forward and say
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. And I'll turn it over to the chief. Yeah.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's
Oh, I see. Yeah.
that sort of thing?
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them? Chief.
So If I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Chief, just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is not dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. But it also is something that is possible. At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of the need in this case?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If a shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner?
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
One more
Can I just add something to that, too? What's very important is that for our communities, that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more.
Sorry.
If that's it.
So,
Thank you, everybody.
final piece, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
Got some housekeeping for you.
I'm Hallie Jackson, picking up our coverage here on NBC News. You have been watching live footage from our station there in Minneapolis, our station, we call it CARE, and you can see the images on the ground there. These are aerials now in the aftermath of what you have been watching unfold here in our NBC News special report and beyond. The death of a woman who was shot and killed by ICE during an operation in Minneapolis, an operation where ICE has surged agents and officers to this city over the course of the last 48 hours or so. And now this incredibly controversial shooting. You heard just moments ago there, the mayor of Minneapolis tell ICE to get the, in his words, F out of his city. And Governor Tim Walz, we expect to hear from shortly, is also responding to this, suggesting that there will be a state investigation, telling people not to believe what they are hearing from the Trump administration and their perspective on the events that unfolded in the moments before that woman was shot and killed. Again, we're going to bring you Governor Walz the second that he begins speaking. We expect that to happen shortly. But in the interim, I want to bring in retired ATF Special Agent in Charge, Jim Kavanaugh. And Jim, obviously, there will be an investigation into what has happened here. But give us a sense, if you can pull back the curtain here on what's happening behind the scenes on the ground.
Right, Hallie. Well, FBI's called in because they have the jurisdictional responsibility for assault on a federal officer. So that brings them in initially. The BCA, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, their job is to, investigate a violent death at the hands of a law enforcement officer, which may be justified or may be unjustified.
And Jim, I just want to pause for a moment to show that video again. Tell us what you see from your perspective as an agent here, because, and I hope, I'm going to ask our control room to see if we can re-rack this and slow it down. It moves pretty quickly, and I want to talk through it, not quite frame by frame, but almost there. And you see some of those officers running up. So we'll re-rack it back to the video where the video begins. A second angle here now. You see the person in the car, the woman in the car, she pulls away. There's an officer who had fired a shot. At this point in the video, the officer appears to have already shot, and then you see she crashes into the cars in front, and those officers run. So while we re-rack this video, Jim, talk us through moment by moment. Here it is.
So there's three ICE agents in the video here, Hallie. You
He's
see
pulling at the door
first
handle,
one
you can
closest.
see. Yep.
Right, that's two there, but there's one in front of the SUV. You can just barely see him.
Yep.
And he's the one who fires his weapon. So he fired 3 shots, according to the report. And there is some still photographs that I've looked at online that do show one clearly from the front shot through the windshield, and maybe 2 bullet holes just below that in the metal frame of the car there. So, what the case will hinge on here is, did the ICE agent who fired his weapon, that's the third one, the one toward the front of the car.
Right, the furthest from our perspective.
Did he have the furthest from our perspective, did he have a reasonable belief that he was in great imminent threat of great bodily harm or serious injury from the vehicle? That's got to be, his belief. If it is his belief, and if in fact a reasonable person could assume that, then he could use deadly force. He would be justified. If, however, he was not, and a reasonable person couldn't say, well, no, he wasn't in any threat at all, so therefore he could not use deadly force, and that could be a homicide. But, for example, say the shots were all through the side glass window, Hallie, the passenger side glass window. Well, that would not be a justified use of force in a case like this, because the vehicle would be already past the agent. So, shots that are in the front windshield or the front of the car, they kind of tend to support the agent's position. But each video has to be analyzed. The body camera of the 3 ICE agents here has to be carefully looked at. The video of any other witnesses, the statements of the ICE agents, all has to be taken in to consideration. The wounds on the victim, everything has to be looked at carefully, and that's what FBI and the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the Minnesota BCA, will look at and prefer their reports, one to the United States Attorney and one to the District Attorney, to make a decision. It's a high bar to charge a federal agent with a crime here. It's a high bar because the proof has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, for a homicide. And so it's going to be a high bar there. The prosecutors make the decision in the end whether they want to proceed on something, but the agencies will make a recommendation whether they see it as justified or not. They will present the facts, the clear facts in their total investigation. We have a snippet of a look today. We don't have everything. It's hard for us to tell everything, so it could go either way. It appears the victim was just there, maybe protesting ICE or trying to do something with ICE, not letting people go down the street. And when she was confronted or being interviewed or tried to be interviewed by the ICE agents, she didn't want to be interviewed. She wanted to leave. And she drove away. We don't know her exact intent, but she clearly doesn't want to respond to their orders, stop the car, or we want to talk, and she drives away. So she's trying to leave or escape, and then we have the shooting.
And as you point out here, Jim, the question is going to be the self-defense piece of it as we're looking at some of these videos playing out. I have a couple of questions for you here. When you see these other agents run there was an agent, and if we take the video back again, after this moment happens, and again, we're playing it just because we want to make sure that folks can see this for themselves, because the initial accounting that came from some members of the Trump administration is to a degree contradicted, I think is fair to say, by what you're seeing here on camera. There's somebody who runs towards that car, Jim. Is that a situation where they would be going to potentially render aid? Do we know what would be their operating assumptions there?
Yeah, and I'm not even sure. I've watched that closely a couple of times, Hallie. I'm not even sure that's an ICE agent, the person running there.
Oh, you might be right on that. You're right. That's somebody in a hat. No, that person in the white hat, maybe. Is that who ran?
Yeah.
We're looking
I think it's a witness.
You're right.
Somebody there,
right.
or a neighbor. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, sure, they have to render aid, but if it's, sometimes a shot is immediately fatal, right to the head. But they're going to try to render aid, of course. Domestic terrorism, Hallie, this is not domestic terrorism.
Well, so that's what I want to ask about, because there's members of the Trump, Stephen Miller, for example, top Trump advisor, has called it domestic terrorism. We heard that as well. Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, said that vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. What is the bar for that?
No, this is not domestic terrorism. Domestic terrorism, is got to be for a political reason to intimidate the population or the government. Somebody driving a vehicle over a sidewalk to run down people or intentionally targeting. There's no evidence of that here. What it looks like is a person trying to escape authority, doesn't want to accede to the federal agents' demands to talk to her. She wants to leave. That does not mean it's domestic terrorism, but it doesn't mean you can run over an ICE agent either. So it looks like not domestic terrorism. I think that's a little bit hyperbolic for sure. It's overblown. Assault on a federal officer, that's what it could be. And that's why the FBI is there. They're not there for terrorism. They're there because they're investigating assault on a federal officer. And that officer is going to allege that he was being, assaulted. He was under imminent threat of death of great bodily harm. That's why he used his weapon. And he would be justified if that facts play out, Hallie, like that. Others are going to say he's not justified. He didn't have to shoot. He could have done this or that. And that'll all have to be looked at by the investigators and the prosecutors and the Department of Justice to see what the facts are. I've had a number of these incidents when I was working of agents in my command have to shoot at people, in vehicles, and it's very dicey. But you can't get hit with a car. I mean, you can't get hit with the headlight or the front fender. I mean, it can be immediately fatal to you. So officers can be in great danger from vehicles that are, driving toward them and they're on foot. And they really don't have anything to do. I mean, maybe they can jump out of the way on that icy road. That might be tough. So,
okay.
His statement, the officer's statement, the ICE agent's statement, and the body cams of the ICE agents, are going to fill in a lot of the picture for us.
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you. I'm going to ask our team to bring back up, if we can, if we have those live aerials from our station CARE there in Minneapolis, about what the scene looks like now as you've seen some people gather. You see it there. A crowd gathering just outside this intersection. This is a live look from above. It is just after 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 2:01 in Minneapolis right now, which is what you're looking at live. And we are following breaking news here on NBC News Now of a deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police, we have heard now from both Homeland Security and Minneapolis officials, and a woman, age 37, according to the Trump administration, has been killed by ICE officers. The administration, the Department of Homeland Security, says it was a matter essentially of self-defense here, that it happened after her car was blocking a road, and when she tried to drive away, at least 2 shots were fired. She was pronounced dead at the hospital. The Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, has pushed back on the Homeland Security narrative in a news conference just hours ago, saying that they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. But he said after having seen video, he thinks that is BS. He used the full word there. You can see some of the images now live from above as they are working on this scene. The FBI working to investigate this as well. I should tell you that in about 13 minutes, we expect to hear from the governor, Tim Walz, in this state, along with other top officials here about what has transpired over the course of the last several hours in Minneapolis. All of this was part of essentially a surge in operations from Department of Homeland Security, from ICE, over the course of the last couple of days here as they have moved into the city, working to carry out this operation. This happened just a couple of hours ago today as we've been in that live rolling coverage. I want to bring back in Jim Kavanaugh. We're working to get as well our Department of Homeland Security correspondent, Julia Ainsley. If Julia is with us, I'm just going to ask my team to flag me. But Jim, let me ask you this here, and we'll go back to the video. I want to show it for our viewers who are just joining us here, if you haven't seen it yet. These are images from people on the ground. And I want to be clear, eyewitness videos. And you can see we're blurring the back of the car. The woman in the car drives back. Somebody in front. We'll re-rack this, and I'll have the team slow it down once we take a look at the second angle here. This is the second angle. And if you can take a look, you can see that car. There was a point, and we'll play it out with what we call nat sound with the actual audio so you can hear when the shots were fired. Here it is in slow motion. She pulls away. One of the agents grabs at the door. Another one in front. Fires, comes around to the side. The car then goes up, you see it at the top of your screen, and ends up hitting another car on the side of the road here. That is the event that has transpired based on these eyewitness videos. Again, we're looking for more angles. We are looking for anything else that can help us understand what specifically happened on the ground here. And so, Jim Kavanaugh, let me go to you here. As you look at this, as you look at the investigation that is unfolding, walk us through sort of minute by minute where this goes.
Well, right here where the ICE agent in the center approaches the driver through the passenger window, Hallie, he's obviously trying to talk to her. The window's down. He's giving her some orders. Stop. He tries to reach in. Maybe he wants her to turn the car off so they can interview her. And she's not complying. The ICE officer in the front of the SUV is the one who fired his duty weapon. And you can see that he's just barely in the picture. You don't see him at first. You only see him once she straightens the wheel out. There he is. And you see his weapon come out, and he actually slides on the ice trying to get out of the way. And the report is he fired 3 times. So he's in a precarious position for sure. He's on ice in front of a vehicle that's moving. So he's, it's a very dangerous position. He's going to argue for sure that he was in the imminent threat of great bodily harm or death, and that's why he used his duty weapon. Now, others are going to be critical and say, well, maybe he could have gotten out of the way or he didn't need to fire. And where the bullets land on the car is critical evidence. Are they through the side? If they are, that's not justifiable use of force. Are they from the front? Then it leans toward, justifiable use of force. Those are going to have to be analyzed carefully, Hallie. And the body cameras of these 3 ICE agents, which we understand they all wear body cameras now, will give us a more complete picture. The forensic identification and trajectory of the bullets into the vehicle are going to be critical. And the way the agents do that, and we did in ATF and the way the FBI does it too, is, they'll actually take that vehicle and run a colored string from inside the vehicle where the bullet hole is in the seat, or, they can project it from where the person was wounded and go out with a string and actually be able to place the person exactly at the spot. Now, I've done this on ATF agent-involved shootings and where people are killed, and we can actually see right where the agent was standing when the shot was fired. On that angle, we can actually see the angle. And, of course, the video will then also give the proximity of the agent to the headlight or whatever. So it can be recreated exactly to be able to help make the determinations.
Jim, I'm going to ask you to stand by. I want to bring in our national security correspondent, Julia Ainsley, who is joining us now, our senior Homeland Security correspondent. And, Julia, help us understand what you've heard now from your sources at DHS and beyond.
Yeah, well, Hallie, I've been talking to people primarily about ICE training because I think that's what we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming days when we talk about why this officer used his weapon as this woman moved her car forward. And of course, the video that we have is from the back, so we can't see whether or not that officer could see that she was trying to take a right and move down the street versus coming toward him. But what I've heard is that ICE officers, as well as all federal officers across the government, are taught that they are not allowed to use force unless their lives are in immediate danger, or of course, they're an immediate threat to injury. And so that is what would be investigated in this case. We know that local police were immediately called to the scene and they began collecting evidence immediately. That will be used in what is now a federal investigation into this use of force incident. But this is something that ICE officers are trained for. They operate often in very urban, crowded, dense areas where there are people in cars, where they're moving through neighborhoods, where people may be protesting them. And this is something that they are trained to do and to know when and how to use their weapons. And so typically what we would see is a long-term investigation before we would get such strongly worded statements from DHS. Again, they're calling this domestic terrorism. Today, though, we have this video, we have eyewitnesses' accounts, we have strong statements from DHS, and then we have the city, the mayor of this city, Michael Frey, calling this an absolute BS statement coming from DHS that this woman was not attempting to hurt the officer in this case.
So in just Julia, stay with me here, because in just about maybe 5-10 minutes here, we expect to hear from Governor Walz, who has already alluded to the idea that he also disagrees with the assessment of what the Trump administration, what the Department of Homeland Security had initially described here, Julia.
Yeah, that's right. And Walz, of course, just recently announcing that he won't be seeking re-election. It's hard to separate the politics from this, Hallie, because as you know, the White House has been pointing the finger at Governor Walz and blaming him for what they see as fraud among the Somali community in Minneapolis, as well as illegal immigration. They're blaming his sanctuary policies. Today, in that statement, they said that the sanctuary policies are to blame for this incident of domestic terrorism, as they call it. So now Walz walking back into this political firestorm after this incident. And since I said fraud, Hallie, if I could just take a minute to walk you through that and kind of how we got to where we are in Minneapolis. As you know, President Trump sent ICE into Minneapolis in early December. Since then, they've made 1,400 arrests as of today. And we also know that just as of Sunday, he sent 2,000 more. Those were coming really at the direction of Secretary Kristi Noem. And in large part, that was because of a now largely debunked YouTube video by a right-wing YouTuber, Nick Shirley, who went to 10 daycare centers run by Somalis in Minneapolis that he said were fraudulently collecting taxpayer funding. As a result, HHS cut off all funding to daycares across the state of Minnesota, and they've raised the bar on any daycare getting those funding. I say all this because even though those claims were largely debunked by the state when they went to go investigate those places, it hasn't changed Minneapolis from being a focal point for ICE as they continue to move more people into this community.
What has the most recent surge, Julia, because we started seeing increased ICE activity reported in Minneapolis and in and around that city over the course of the last maybe 36 hours or so, right?
Yeah, that's right. So this was in addition that as of Sunday, they were deploying over 2,000 ICE agents. The majority of those were deportation officers. 600 of those were to do investigations into that fraud I was speaking about. And then you have Border Patrol. Of course, Border Patrol has been making the biggest splash across this country. They're under the command of Greg Bovino, who has been taking some very some actions that have ended up in court, frankly, in L.A. and Chicago. He's also done operations in Charlotte and New Orleans. Border Patrol will add to that in Minneapolis as they continue to make arrests while ICE continues this large presence there, all coming at a time where you can see why local officials are calling for peace and to try to convince people not to go out and protest this incident because they have such a large presence of federal agents on the streets of Minneapolis right now, Hallie.
Julia, stick with me for a second because I want to just take a look. I'm going to ask our team to pull back up anything we might have from CARE, our station there in Minneapolis, that have been giving us that live feed from above of what the scene looked like at the moment. While they work to pull that up, let me ask you this. This question around domestic terrorism. And you can see, I don't know if this is live or if this is a replay from earlier. This is, in fact, live. And you can see now some movement here. It looks as though there are some people, as you can see, throwing snowballs at some of these officials that are moving down towards what appears to be the scene. And just to set our geography here, it appears as though they are walking towards where that incident happened. You can see some of these protesters, demonstrators throwing snowballs at these officers that have walked down that direction. And at the top of your screen, I just want to point out there, obviously, those emergency responder vehicles that are making their way through the crowd now as well. This is a massive response now to what has happened in Minneapolis. Again, the shooting and killing of a woman. The Department of Homeland Security says she had been trying to ram officers, ICE agents, with her car and was shot. You've heard the mayor, and I expect that in moments you'll hear the governor talk about this as well. The mayor has called that definitively BS. And I want to get a closer look here because it looks as though there may be, I don't know if it's a skirmish yet or obviously some kind of a conflict. There's some exchange of words happening here. The snowballs keep flying there. It looks as though there's some news crews on the ground as well. Tom Winter is joining us, our senior national security correspondent. And Tom, you're watching what I'm watching here too.
That's right, Hallie. And so there's a number of concerning things that are happening here. First and foremost, the snowballs are being thrown at Minneapolis Police Department cruisers, at least one of them there. They were not involved, or not at least believed to be involved in this shooting. This was a shooting that was conducted by ICE. Brian O'Hara is the new chief of police in Minneapolis, and we've heard from him on several occasions over the past 4 or 5 months involving, in one case, a horrific school shooting in that city and a number of other events. He has tried to avoid situations like this where there's an issue between the community and police. It's the exact type of thing that they've been trying to avoid, and now just by virtue of being law enforcement and by virtue of being there, now being put in the position where they're going to have to be the ones that continue to police this community well after ICE has moved on to another community to conduct what they call their immigration enforcement, is going to have to deal with this in the relations with the community. And clearly there's going to be a number of members of the community there that think this was an inappropriate, if not criminal, police shooting. So, and it wasn't even involving police, it was involving ICE, of course. So that's concern number one for Minneapolis. And of course, we well know the history going back to George Floyd. We know the history in Minneapolis with protests. And so this is an immediate concern. I've been on the phone with members, current and former law enforcement in the greater Minneapolis, Minnesota area today. So they obviously immediately know the situation that they're dealing with here and that this is a very combustible situation, number one. Number two, a couple of points. I've got in front of me the Department of Homeland Security use of force guidelines, which of course covers ICE. And so there's a number of things that they can't do. First off, they're told...
Well, Tom, I want to hear about that, but can I pause you for 1 second? Because
sure.
Our helicopter from our station care there in Minneapolis has shifted angles a bit. And so here we are. It's going to pull out a little bit wider. And look at this. You can see this crowd of demonstrators, protesters. I think I saw at least one, what appeared to be a news camera going live down there as well, stretching back down the street. Now, there's some law enforcement vehicles on the top of your screen there towards what would be on a compass rose here, the north. And they appear to be coming down. It looks like toward the scene, Tom, and I just want to be clear about this. This happened in a fairly, what appears to be residential neighborhood here in Minneapolis. And you can see sort of the activity here as they are walking and moving closer. So it appears as though you have these law enforcement officials, including officials who were not involved in the initial shooting. To your point, it appears about Minneapolis PD. We know that obviously the FBI is also investigating, moving toward the scene, as at the same time you have this crowd of demonstrators here. Minneapolis, of course, has been a national at the scene of a national political flashpoint before, and you can see now this crowd walking down this roadway.
Yeah, and already holding up signs FTP, which is expletive the police. And so obviously the sentiment here is that law enforcement is to blame, whether it's ICE or whether it's Minneapolis police. Look, this is very difficult because this is an active scene. This does need to be investigated. It is a what we would typically call an officer-involved shooting, but it is a law enforcement shooting. It needs to be investigated. investigated. It is in the purview of the FBI to investigate these matters normally, and they have to be able to hold the scene. They have to do evidence recovery. They have to get witness statements. They have to do all these things now, as it appears that there's a group of individuals that want to protest or snowballs. Hopefully it doesn't escalate from here. It is something that law enforcement in that area, I understand, and they certainly understand, the mayor is entitled to the mayor's opinions, and certainly law enforcement understands that politicians are going to speak out in what they believe is the best interest of their community. But when you have statements pushed against law enforcement, I don't know if people really know the difference between somebody in a bulletproof vest that's wearing ice or somebody who's a police officer. And so that rhetoric can sometimes, in the eyes of police, I'm speaking on stories and reporting that I've done with them before, as well as specific to this event, that is a concern for them. They've got to process this scene, and they don't want anybody else to be hurt. So, yeah, this is not a good situation any way you cut it, and it's going to be a concern for them going forward.
So I want to be clear, we expect to hear from Governor Walz really any minute now, but we're going to stick with this live shot here after this ICE-involved shooting. A woman shot and killed by ICE during this operation in Minneapolis. You referenced the political component. I'm going to ask our team if we have our White House correspondent Monica Alba with us. I don't think we do yet, but if Julia Ainsley is with us, Julia, let me just sort of set this up here for a second, because while this is happening in Minneapolis, there is action back in Washington. We've heard now from the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, saying that the video of the officer-involved shooting, which we'll play in a second here, I don't want to play it yet. I want to stay in this live shot for a second, team. He says that video turns your stomach. He said we need a quick and full investigation to get to the bottom of this. He says, but when you have ICE agents all over the streets of our cities, this is Chuck Schumer here, saying without any cooperation with locals, horrible tragedies, killings occur. That, again, is from top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer. This is reverberating now nationally. We do have Monica Alba now with us, our White House correspondent. And, Monica, we're also hearing from, for example, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, questions around anything Democrats may try to do to pull the levers of power, so much as they have it, with the House and the Senate both controlled by Republicans here. And you have another member of the House, a Democrat, saying she wants to subpoena DHS for records related to the shooting.
That's right, Hallie. We are starting to see this flood of response from lawmakers and others as we're getting more information on this. And you referenced Senator Murphy there. He did say specifically in a message on social media that Democrats cannot vote, quote, for a DHS budget that doesn't restrain the growing lawlessness of this agency. So immediately referring to the Department of Homeland Security budget and talking about that again as we're waiting to get more information on this. And then also Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley has also posted on social media calling the shooting horrific, saying ICE just, quote, murdered a woman in Minnesota in broad daylight. This rogue, violent agency has no business in our communities and must be abolished, and the agents involved must be held fully accountable. And on the flip side to that, Hallie, we haven't heard from President Trump himself directly, but we are getting a sense of a little bit of reaction from the White House in the form of White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who posted one of the videos of the incident, one of the angles, with the caption simply reading, "Domestic terrorism." And the White House Rapid Response account, which is pretty active all day long, posted a clip of Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and his comments earlier today, where he said in a press conference specifically, the White House account is focusing on the fact that he said, quote, "This scumbag should be ashamed of himself." Now, the White House, in terms of whether we may hear from or see President Trump later today, has not said one way or the other. He was supposed to sign some executive orders this afternoon. That was on his public schedule, but it wasn't open to cameras, though, as you know very well, that can change at any instant. So it's possible that we could still hear from the president, or it's possible he could want to weigh in on this through his other preferred method, which would be to issue some kind of a message on social media, on Truth Social or otherwise. But we haven't seen that yet, with the White House overall, Hallie, really referring here to DHS and to Secretary Noem's comments earlier today. But I think you can expect them to want to continue to weigh in on this and to have more reaction as developments unfold.
Let me go back to Julia Ainsley here, as we've been taking a live look now at the scene of these protesters, these demonstrators now making their way down the street. You can see traffic stopping at some of these intersections here. Just to give people a sense of where this is, it's the Powderhorn neighborhood. It's kind of south of downtown, but north of the airport, so in between sort of those locations. And I want to bring in Julia Ainsley here because this is something that, as Monica pointed out, the White House is responding to. Top Trump administration officials are talking about. We expect to hear from the governor again any minute. We had thought that news conference was just about to start. We've got a camera there. We're going to bring that to you when it begins, Julia.
Yeah, so really, Hallie, this is exactly the kind of thing that we saw probably at a lesser extent, but in Chicago, where we saw Border Patrol use tear gas. And we have to say, today, Border Patrol came to Minneapolis. So these two things are happening at the same time. In Chicago, there was an incident where Border Patrol agents fired inside a vehicle. The man in that incident was not fatally shot, but of course it did spark protests, and we saw many protests outside an ICE detention center just outside Chicago. And we saw the leader of the Border Patrol really pull the plug on a tear gas canister and throw it into a crowd that looks a lot like this. So just to put this in perspective, if this were just happening locally, as Tom mentioned, of course, police would be monitoring this. But what we've seen so far, we saw it in LA and we saw it in Chicago, is that Border Patrol tends to react more quickly to these protests and call them unruly and use force more quickly than the local police force might do. And of course, there have been critics of their tactics to say that what they're really doing ends up fanning the flames of what otherwise might be a peaceful protest. We saw that a lot of the summer in Los Angeles as the mayor there put in a curfew to try to curb what she saw as, escalating injuries and clashes between protesters and federal authorities in downtown Los Angeles this summer. And so that's why watching what's happening here and what happens in the next coming hours matters so much in terms of federal response and where this goes next. But for the people in Minneapolis, they have had ICE in their community for over a month now. And just today, they have reached this flashpoint with a death in the community. Up until this point, we have not seen many protests in Minneapolis. We have not. It's been incredibly cold, so cold, in fact, people have wondered how ICE has even carried out a lot of these operations in sub-zero temperatures or earlier last month. But in this case, it seems that it may be pushing over a tipping point, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here.
And I want to be clear here, too, about where this is happening. It appears as though, based on what we're hearing from our team, that these demonstrators, this sort of impromptu march that has come up, and you saw earlier, we'll re-rack that video, too, some of these demonstrators throwing snowballs, protesters obviously actively sort of walking towards where law enforcement was. It's happening a couple of blocks, basically, north of where this initial incident happened. Again, that ICE-involved shooting that you've heard Julia talking about here. If we have Monica Alba, I want to go back to her, as we are now getting a statement from the senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, who is saying that, and I'm quoting Senator Klobuchar here, Democrat from Minnesota, that this tragedy is the result of the administration sending federal agents onto our streets against the wishes of local law enforcement, including our respected police chief. She goes on to talk about, while our immigration enforcement should be focused on apprehending and prosecuting violent criminals to make our community safer, Senator Klobuchar says these ICE actions are doing the opposite and making our state less safe. And with that, Monica, you are seeing what has become by now a fairly familiar clash between Democrats and the White House when it comes to ICE enforcement.
Yeah, Hallie, that's exactly right. And Senator Klobuchar also writing in her statement that she's praying for the family and loved ones of the woman who was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. And she is very quickly, you're right, pointing to the administration's actions here. And we should remind viewers that Senator Klobuchar right now is confronting a political decision here that's relevant, of course, to the state of Minnesota, where she is a senator. But given the fact that the current governor, Tim Walz, has announced that he is dropping his reelection bid, we know that Senator Klobuchar is at least considering the possibility of running for governor and taking on that possible role and responsibility if she were to be elected in the state. So that is another part of the political angle and political aspect to all of this. But we have seen this kind of language really for months now in various cities across the United States, with Democrats very critical and very much warning that there could be some potential clash like this, and concerned, expressing constantly worries and fears and anxieties about some of the pressure points that could lead to a violent clash or the result of something like this. And I think, you know, in that point that we were just discussing with Senator Murphy pointing specifically to the funding, I mean, Congress can raise these questions about where and how DHS, you know, allocations should be made and budgets, but overall, this is a situation where it's the president who can make these decisions and direct his Department of Homeland Security and subsequent agencies within it to be where they want to be for immigration purposes. But as you know, Hallie, from a larger standpoint, some of these other immigration actions have sometimes been coupled with National Guard deployments. We've seen troops in cities like Los Angeles and Portland and Chicago, but they are actually, because of a recent Supreme Court ruling that directly related to Illinois, actually all of those National Guard troops are not going to be in those cities, and the president has pulled them out of there. But this has been a really ongoing conversation and battle between federal agents and resources that the president can deploy, and those that Democrats and certain representatives in these cities and in these states have been very vocal about being opposed to. Hallie.
Monica, thank you very much. I know Julia Ainsley is still with us as well, and you are seeing now some video from on the ground. So this is the moment. This is, I believe this is a live look now at an area, I guess, nearer the scene, near where protesters had been. It's obviously a close shot, a tight shot, as we say, of some flowers poking up through the snow there. Again, we've been showing you some of those wider images. I think we have some video, too, of the moment that we referenced earlier, the snowballs being thrown at some of the law enforcement officials that were making their way to the scene. This is it here. So, again, this is from maybe, looking at the clock, maybe 20 minutes ago here. And you can see it, some running, these people gathering, the snowballs being chucked at some of these vehicles that are making their way down what we understand to be 32nd Street there in Minneapolis. The shooting itself, the ICE-involved shooting, happened on 34th Street, again in the Powderhorn neighborhood just south of downtown. And Julia, as we take a look at this, we are waiting to hear, too. And again, I know I've said the governor is expected to speak soon. We think the governor is really expected to speak any minute. We've been expecting that for a couple of minutes now. And Governor Tim Walz, of course, former vice presidential nominee for the Democrats just last year, has suggested that he has real concerns with the way that this happened, with the way that this moment has unfolded here, leading to the death of this woman. Again, the Trump administration saying essentially that it was self-defense. Several top officials calling it an act of domestic terrorism, including Stephen Miller, one of the president's closest advisors. The Minneapolis mayor calling that BS and telling ICE to get out of his city. I want to play, President Trump has also just weighed in on this for the first time. While we play this out, I want to go to Monica Alba to give us more on that. I haven't seen it, Monica. What is the president saying?
The president is saying, Hallie, that he has just watched the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis. He says, quote, "It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was," in the president's own words, he is making this assessment. It's unclear with what evidence, but the president is saying the woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Again, this is the assessment of the president of the United States, who is saying he believes that this ICE officer, he says, seems to have shot her, quote, in self-defense. Again, the president goes on to say, based on the attached clip, and he does seem to have one of the angles here that he has posted on his social media platform, Truth Social, he says, quote, "It is hard to believe he is alive," again referring to the ICE officer there. But the president says that the ICE officer is now recovering in the hospital. He says the situation is being studied in its entirety, But he argues, the president, that the reason these incidents are happening is because, quote, the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. The president goes on to say that he believes that they are just trying to do the job of making America safe, and he says he stands by them and wants to protect all law enforcement officers from any kind of violence and hate. So that is the initial reaction and post from the President of the United States, Hallie.
Monica Alba with that. Thank you. And again, to be clear, and you're seeing that post here, the facts are still coming in as we are seeing multiple angles of what has happened over the course of the last couple of hours in Minneapolis. I want to pull that down. I'm going to ask our control room to do two things. It's now 3:30 here in the East, 2:30 in Minneapolis. We're waiting to hear from Governor Tim Walz. I want to play for you these videos that we have now from eyewitnesses who are on the scene. There's a couple of different angles. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play them once. You're going to hear them. You're going to see them. And I want you to watch, and you can assess for yourself what has happened here. You're going to hear the shots being fired. You're going to hear all of the audio in that. We're going to then play it again in slower motion so we can look sort of almost frame by frame as what has happened. So here we go. I want to ask our team to play that now. So that's the first angle of the scene. And obviously we bleeped out some of the expletives for obvious reasons, but you could see and hear some of that. I want to pick that back up. I want to play it in slower motion. I'm going to ask Julia Ainsley, I'm going to ask Jim Kavanaugh to walk through this with us. And I'm going to ask our control room team to just kind of pause and play here as we really break this down. Because remember, this is just one angle. More videos are likely to come in, we think. We are working to clear other angles and other images that we have seen from eyewitnesses who were out there when this happened. But from this one video, I want to walk through what has happened because the minute by minute, the second by second is going to be critical to this investigation that the FBI is now involved in as it unfolds. So Jim and Julia, let's watch this together here. I'm going to ask our team to play this. So this interaction happens. And let me just pause here. Let me have you guys pause because right before this, I just want to set this up. You had seen another car sort of zoom out of the way past this. So there was a sort of a line, at least a couple of cars behind where this was. Now you see this. There's the car. And I want to explain to people, we have blurred out the back. We blurred out the license plate. We don't have the identification of the woman who was killed yet. We don't know if her next of kin, her family members have been identified. We're going to blur that until we know more. So that's why the back of the vehicle is blurred, so that you're aware. So here we are. Sort of second by second, you see these ICE officers approach. Jim, I'm going to have you talk us through the next couple of seconds here because it appears as though this person is talking to the driver now. And you can, again, slow-mo, so you hear him sort of some yelling there. The window comes down a bit. He's pulling at the door. That is when the shot is fired from the officer at the top of the screen. Jim.
That's exactly right, Hallie. And to put the whole situation holistically here, we also have to look at the gray SUV on the right. And this person running, looks like a female running toward the smoke there, the accident, was probably the operator of this vehicle. That's what it appears. And these two vehicles were blocking the street from this pickup truck on your left, which is clearly an ICE vehicle. It has blue and red lights flashing in the grill. So that vehicle, the police vehicle, was coming down the road, and these two civilian vehicles block the road. That's what it looks like. Then the ICE officers walked up to the burgundy SUV to talk to the driver. The window was down. Then the car, you can see the ICE officer walk up. He tries to talk to the driver. The car backs up, and he reaches in, and the officer in the front then draws his weapon and fires. As he's slipping on the ice, he fires his weapon, we were told 3 times at the news conference. And, of course, a woman was killed. So that's the overall situation. The critical facts are going to be, of course, that the officer who fired his duty weapon believed he was under imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. If he believes that, and he was positioned so that could have been so, then he would have a justifiable use of deadly force. If it's not a reasonable, if, for example, say the gunshots were through the passenger side window or the side of the truck, where he was not in danger, where he was past the truck, then that would not be a justifiable use of force. He has to be in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. He doesn't have to be standing in front of the hood ornament. I mean, if he's hit by the headlight, he could be killed. So that's what's going to have to be analyzed. Hallie, you're so right to look closely at the facts here in each video and break it slow down. There's more videos that investigators will get from the ICE officers. There's 3 there. Maybe there's a camera on their vehicle. That could be
That's
4
true, yeah.
more vehicle
And Jim,
videos.
would they be? Jim, is it safe to assume that the officers and the agents
I really need to
Julia,
do a
jump
call.
in on this. I think Julia's got to run. Julia, if you have us, I'd ask you to this too. Julia, is it safe to assume that these officers would be wearing body-worn cameras? Julia?
Yes. So let me walk you through the body-worn camera policy. It was put out as a pilot program under the Biden administration. It did not go very far. And then, in fact, this Trump administration did not allocate more funding for the body-worn camera policy. In fact, the cameras they do have, if they wanted to expand, they could even go all the way to get them to translate. They have the capability, but instead that's not something, even with all the funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill, when ICE became the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, they have not put any of that toward new body cameras, and so therefore there is no mandate that ICE officers wear body cameras. Now, of course, some of them do because of that pilot program, so there's always like a 25% chance somebody had a body camera on them. There have been incidents where we've been able to get body camera footage, but oftentimes it's coming from cell phone videos like these, or if any of those houses you see there, Hallie, have a ring cam or any kind of surveillance, that would be a first place investigators would be going. But it's very different, even as local police around the country adapt to these policies. ICE has not.
Julia Ainsley, I know you've got to go make that phone call. Please go. I know you're in the middle of reporting this afternoon as all of this has unfolded. Appreciate that, friend, with this rolling coverage here on NBC News of this moment where, according to officials, a woman has been killed in an ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. We're going to take it now to CARE. This is our station in Minneapolis. They've also been in rolling coverage. They are on the ground. There are boots on the ground there and actually up in the sky, too, because you can see now some of these aerials coming in. We've been following this group of protesters, demonstrators walking down one of the streets in the Powderhorn neighborhood here after having had some interaction with at least some degree of law enforcement. There was some snowball throwing that we saw, et cetera. And we know that Governor Walz is going to speak shortly here. At this point, and again, we're juggling all of this here. We're going to hang for 1 second and get you into the governor's press conference when it begins. He has suggested immense skepticism of the way that the Trump administration had initially described what had happened here. And just for your awareness, this is how the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described this moment. She says that ICE officers were doing an enforcement action. She says, I'm quoting here, she says, they were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. The secretary goes on to say that an officer acted quickly and defensively, she says, shot to protect himself and the people around him. Again, that is how the Department of Homeland Security Secretary has categorized this. You have seen the video here. You have seen the video for yourself of what has happened here with the interaction between the ICE agents, one of them trying to talk to her. This is it, again, through the window, pulling the door. Another officer will come from the front, kind of around the hood there. And you see pulling his gun and firing. Let's take it now to that news conference with Governor Tim Walz in Minnesota to speak on this ICE-involved shooting.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear. The Trump and his Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident. But we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this: I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this: please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions. Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the general talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest. And what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me, the desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely. And I think the commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
Thanks, General. And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this. Both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not they're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know. We are going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I look, I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not. But once we do, we will. So, yes. Colonel, would you like to do that? Colonel?
So the governor was mentioning mobilizing more of the state patrol. How many state patrol people are on the ground in Minneapolis right now? And should there have been more state patrol people on the ground a couple of weeks ago?
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state.
And they had already been on the ground to some extent before today?
No, it was in response to this event.
Sorry, just to clarify the intention of deploying the National Guard, is there any chance that the National Guard might be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans?
I'm sorry. What was it?
The National Guard, has the National Guard ever been deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans, given the context of what happened earlier today?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things, I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota, and you can be assured whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. it's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name. And that's very difficult. So, well, one more. Dana. Dana. Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in D.C. My job is to govern, and my job is to see what the facts are. This happened a couple of hours ago, and we're already pitting American against American. All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal agents into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an individual is in their car, shot and killed. And so, look, I want to be very cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this about politics. This is about public safety, and this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so preventable, so unnecessary, and I don't know. I hope. Maybe we're at the McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever. And I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed. And they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough. Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out. Let's make sure we protect our neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more information that needs to be put out. But again, stay safe, Minnesotans, and we'll be back with you.
Listening in on Governor Tim Walz talking about the shooting today at Portland and 31st, where a 37-year-old woman was shot and killed by an ICE agent. A somber tone that he took, sending the message that he believes this was all preventable, and he's upset that ICE was even in Minneapolis. We're going to hear a lot of that kind of rhetoric coming out in the next few days. But Danny, a decidedly somber governor, unlike the mayor of Minneapolis, who was fiery and using profane language. The governor decided to take a totally different tone.
I thought the tone was different, but the message was very much the same. And I thought the message was similar to, as he mentioned, what he was talking about yesterday in his press conference, where again, he's positioning Minnesota as almost sort of a safe zone against the federal government, which he has called hostile, in words such as that. And so yes, his tone was very much, talking about letting the facts play out, but was not a surprise in terms of his view towards the federal government's act.
And a couple pieces of news that we did learn: the State Patrol mobile unit has been activated. They're coming in from around the state just to make sure things stay safe. The National Guard is on standby, preparing if necessary. Of course, the governor saying, please go and exercise your First Amendment.
You have been
rights.
listening to KR station there in Minneapolis. We were looking at that feed for that news conference. Governor Tim Walz there, clearly angry as he was laying out his immense frustration, blasting the Trump administration. He said, you heard him at the end there saying, have you no decency, essentially, saying that a woman has now been shot and killed, in his view, for no reason. Remember, the Trump administration has suggested it was self-defense on the part of those ICE officers.
Hello
and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington as we continue to follow the breaking news out of Minneapolis, where demonstrators are gathering, an FBI investigation is underway, and local officials are livid after a woman was shot and killed by an ICE officer in her car during an immigration operation earlier today. The accounts of the officer-involved shooting coming from federal and local officials are wildly different. The Homeland Security Secretary is alleging the woman who was killed was carrying out an act of domestic terrorism. Minnesota's governor calling that description, quote, propaganda. NBC News has obtained video from multiple angles of the incident recorded by witnesses as ICE was carrying out what DHS described as an enforcement operation. Now, we do want to warn you that the video you're about to see is disturbing. Now, as we show you this video again, slowed down, authorities say the woman shot and killed was 37 years old and was not a target of the ICE operation. In a statement, DHS said, quote, an ICE officer fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. Thankfully, the ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. That is a statement from DHS. And here's Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem addressing the incident.
It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
Now, some eyewitness accounts and the video you just watched dispute that characterization of what happened, with members of the community calling for ICE to leave the city during protests near the scene of the shooting, and the city's mayor sending this message to federal agents.
Not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is to ICE. Get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz announcing minutes ago that he was issuing a warning order to prepare the National Guard while pushing back against the administration's deployment of federal agents.
We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait.
Now, today's shooting comes in the midst of an escalating feud between state and local officials and the federal government, not just over an intensifying immigration crackdown, but also over allegations of fraud involving some Somali residents. Joining me now is NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley, NBC News White House reporter Monica Alba, and Jim Kavanaugh, a retired ATF special agent in charge and now an NBC News law enforcement analyst. So, Julia, let's start with you. What do we know exactly about what happened in Minneapolis today?
Well, two competing narratives, as you just laid out, Ryan. What we heard from Secretary Kristi Noem was that this was an incident of domestic terrorism in which a woman tried to ram her video into ICE officers as they dug their car out of the snow. The video does not show that. In fact, this woman is in her car in the middle of the road, could be blocking them from getting to where they need to go when she is approached by the ICE officers. Now, I've spoken to some senior DHS officials who say that the way the officers approach the car is not according to their training, that they are not ever supposed to go to the front of the car. They would always want to approach at a 90-degree angle. So that's the first thing I'm learning that seems out of character, at least with what they are trained to do. Also, what we heard then from eyewitnesses was that they believed that this woman was trying to leave. Now, the angle of the video, it's hard to determine if the officer who fired the shots from the front of the vehicle could see or would at least assume that she was trying to turn her wheel and go in the other direction, or whether she was trying to move toward him. This is the kind of thing, typically, Ryan, you would find out these details during the course of an ongoing investigation. But instead today, both sides very quick to give their version, their account of exactly how this went down. The question remains here, was this woman attempting to leave a situation she found herself in, or was she, as the Department of Homeland Security is laying out, using her vehicle as a weapon to intentionally hurt that ICE officer? Of course, Minnesota and Minneapolis leaders pushing back fiercely, saying she was not and that she was an innocent person. One thing's clear, this is the new flashpoint of immigration here.
Okay, Julia, stand by. Thank you for that. Jim and Monica, you stand by as well. But we're going to dip in and listen to Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota, who is talking right now about this incident.
To so randomly and senselessly lose somebody that they love while they're sitting in their car, it's just unbelievable. And it shows how ICE is making my city so much less safe.
What specifically in the video makes you mistrust what the administration has said? What from what you've seen gives you that impression?
Well, I start from the fundamental position that when you have an event like this, you have a killing like this, there is an investigation. You bring in people who know how to do investigations to understand exactly what happened. And yet the President of the United States and the Secretary have been just pronouncing what they think happened. I mean, I can see with my own eyes what millions of people have now seen in this video, and it is certainly hard to see how in this video you see any evidence that this woman rammed, ICE agents who are trying to dig their car out of a snowbank. So this is, again, why it's so important that we have a thorough investigation, because we're going to want justice here.
What have you learned from your conversations with DHS?
Well, so I called, my office reached out to DHS as soon as this event happened, urging them to get ICE away from this scene. The presence of ICE at the scene of this killing was provocative. It was fueling people's rage and anger and grief, and so that was my first call. My second outreach to them has been to try to understand how I can kind of bring together what the Secretary said about what she has apparently concluded happened with the video that millions of Americans are looking at. And I've asked to see, like, what is your, what do you have that would suggest that your story is accurate? I mean, I think honestly, what's going on here is just flat out gaslighting on the part of the administration and the Secretary without really any due diligence or respect for the tragedy that's happened here.
Is there anything Congress, specifically Democrats, can do, whether it's through the appropriations process or something else, to hold ICE accountable for this?
Well, the department has sent over 2,000 ICE agents to Minnesota I don't understand what their legal authority is for doing that. They have had absolutely no consultation with local law enforcement or state law enforcement, as the governor just said in his remarks. And so I think as a member of the Democratic minority in Congress, I'm doing everything that I can to try to get this administration to follow the law. But I sure wish that we had some support on the other side of the aisle for that.
Are you concerned now with the situation on the ground in Minnesota? Do you think tensions?
Well, I mean, of course I am. I know that. I know this. I know my city really well, and I know how angry people are and how hurt people are, and I know how scared they are because the presence of these ICE agents on the street has been terrifying to people. And I firmly support people's rights to exercise their free speech rights and to demonstrate and to protest. And it's also really, really important that we keep everybody safe. And so I second the comments and the statements of the governor and the mayor as they have said that it is extremely important that people's demonstrations remain peaceful and that we keep everybody safe. And I respect that they're both doing everything that they can to make that be the case as people express their fury and their grief over what's happened in Minneapolis.
Why do you think the Trump administration is so fixated on Minnesota right now?
Well, I wish I knew. I mean, I wish they would just leave us the fuck alone. I mean, seriously. What is when do things stop being about politics and start being about actual human decency? And so, I mean, I'm sure we can all hypothesize on what all of their political reasons are. But meanwhile, a woman died being shot in her car. And everything that they're doing is making it worse and not better. Thank you all.
Senator Tina Smith. That was Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota. She was talking live on Capitol Hill. Her initial response to this situation in her home state where a 37-year-old woman was shot and killed during an engagement with ICE officers in Minneapolis. There has been a very different opinion as to how that situation played itself out. And now we're starting to see protests begin to crop up in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota as a result. I want to bring back in our panel of experts that is breaking down these events in Minneapolis and in Minnesota today. National Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley, National Law Enforcement and Intelligence analyst Tom Winters joined us now. Our White House reporter Monica Elba is on the North Lawn. And Jim Kavanaugh, who's a retired ATF special agent in charge. He's also an NBC News law enforcement analyst. So Jim, I want to get your take on this because you are the expert here. From your expertise, your law enforcement expertise, what are the biggest concerns you have from what you've seen in this video?
Well, we have to look at first at the scene there on the street holistically. We have to look at it in a large frame first. And we don't have all the answers. There's a gray SUV on the right. My question there is, does that belong to a citizen or is that an ICE vehicle that was stuck in the snow? It could have been an ICE vehicle stuck in the snow, the vehicle on the right, the silver SUV, or it could be that a citizen's vehicle. That's not clear. And then we have the burgundy SUV where the woman was shot. That starts out here blocking the highway. We don't know the answer why it's blocking the highway. Did she make that turn because the ICE vehicle was there, if it's an ICE vehicle, or another citizen's vehicle? We don't know the answer. Yeah. At any rate, ICE officers approached the vehicle, and there's one officer in front of the vehicle. Now, did he come from that white SUV? We don't know. Was that his and he came out? He's in front. And one thing I did notice, Ryan, that I think is important, it'll be instructive to the investigators, is the burgundy SUV first starts to back up when the ICE agent tries to talk. First starts to back up. Because I believe the driver's just trying to leave. They don't want to comply. And when the vehicle's front tires start to spin on the ice, you can see that left front driver's tires spin on the ice when it starts to go forward. At the same instant, you'll see that agent in the front draw his duty weapon. It's almost simultaneous. I'd want to break that down frame by frame if I was commanding the case. When that tire starts to spin, a weapon is drawn. So the question is, the seminal question is, was the ICE agent in fear of great bodily harm or death? And if so, was he justified in shooting into the vehicle? Shots from the front of the vehicle into the front of the vehicle would tend to indicate that. Shots from the side, in the side door, side window would not indicate that, so would make it less dangerous. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. We don't know the motives of the woman inside, but she was just trying to leave. But we do know that it really appears she wasn't trying to comply with the ICE agent's orders.
But
Ryan?
I want to ask you, Julia raised this point before about the protocols that any sort of law enforcement officer would have in approaching what could potentially be a hostile vehicle. And would any law enforcement agent, let alone an ICE agent, be trained to go in front of a vehicle that could become a weapon in a situation like this? Was that an appropriate place for this agent to be given the situation?
Well, see, that's the question I raised initially. Did he come from the gray vehicle? In other words, was he already on the street because he came from the gray vehicle? The protocol Julie is talking about, she's correct, of course, and we all use that same protocol in law enforcement, but that's a traffic stop protocol. So when you pull a car over and you're approaching, you're coming in at that 90. You'll see troopers and officers even come in from the passenger side, which even gives you more level of safety, not only from traffic, but from the driver trying to assault you. So that's a traffic stop protocol. Here you have agents on a city street. They could be on the sidewalk when something happens. He could be out of that gray car and already in the front of the vehicle when something happens. We don't really know his position because we don't see him until the very last minute. You don't see him here until the vehicle backs up, and then he appears. So it looks like he was already there. He didn't appear to come out of the gray pickup truck, which is the ICE pickup truck to the left. You can see there that has flashing blue and red lights in the grill. So maybe he was in another vehicle or he was on the sidewalk. So, yes, this is a different situation than a traffic stop. Julia's right. You never want to put yourself in front of a vehicle if you think there's going to be some danger. The other side is maybe they didn't realize there was danger there. They were just going to ask the person to move or back up, or we're law enforcement officers, you can't go this way, or please back over here. You know, not every situation immediately is fraught with danger, and you have to deal with people. So that could be what happened here. I don't think we can assume from some of the statements of politicians that, you know, this was terrorism or she was evil or she was trying to run over the ICE officer. The video doesn't show all these things. What the video shows is a truck going toward the ICE officer. Even if she's trying to escape, he still can save himself, regardless of her motive. It doesn't have to be terrorism for him to fire. It doesn't have to be anything other than, I don't want to be run over by a vehicle, and I'm in a position where it could happen to me.
But can I stop you there, Jim, though?
Even if she was trying to leave.
But, I mean, I guess I'm not a member of law enforcement. I haven't been trained in this regard. But if your biggest concern in a situation like this, where you're standing in front of a vehicle and the vehicle is starting to move, wouldn't your first inclination, just as a human being responding, would be just to get out of the way? Well, I guess I'm questioning the decision to pull the service weapon and fire as opposed to just jumping out of the way. Could that be a question of how this process was handled?
Well, I think it's going to be a question for the case, and I think it's a legitimate question. And people will argue, well, he could have jumped out of the way. Now, you will see that agent's feet slip on the icy road. So he's in a dicey situation. Not only does the wheel spin on the front of that SUV, and remember, the first thing that happens that we see is the vehicle starts to back up. It doesn't start to go forward. It starts to back up. And then it's put in drive, and the wheel spins on the ice, and he draws a duty weapon. Now, was it justified? We can't answer that.
Yes.
We need more video. We need the body camera video from the ICE agents, from the vehicle, doorbell cameras, statements of everybody to really determine what happened.
Yeah. All right, Julia, let's go back to you now. I understand the DHS plans to hold a press conference to provide some more information about what happened.
Yeah, that's right. That'll be at 5 p.m. local, so 6 p.m. Eastern, and it's with Secretary Kristi Noem. As you know, we saw her just earlier today on the border in Texas with the Border Patrol. That is when she made that claim that this woman was trying to use her vehicle to attack ICE officers as they attempted to dig their cars out of the snow. Now that this video has emerged and so many people have seen it, it'll be interesting to see if she sticks with that narrative. What we can expect, because we haven't seen any wiggle room on this from DHS or from Trump or anyone today, is that they do consider this to be an act of aggression. They've called it domestic terrorism, and we can expect for them to continue to blame the driver here and to support the officer, saying that he was defending himself. But yes, that will be in just under 2 hours here. She is now going to be on the ground in Minneapolis. She was just on the ground in Minneapolis yesterday doing a ride-along with ICE officers to show what the agency was doing as they have drastically expanded their scope in Minneapolis there, Ryan.
Okay, I want to go to Tom Winter now, who's our law enforcement correspondent. Tom, we're seeing some concern, I think, from the local officials who have a much different narrative or their interpretation of what happened here versus the federal officials. And that probably opens the question of exactly who is going to be responsible for this investigation. What would be your expectation? Could there be parallel investigations? Is there a certain level of jurisdiction that occurs in a case like this? How could this potentially play out?
Well, I want to be clear on a couple of different things. One, I think from a law enforcement perspective, what you've heard law enforcement say is that they don't like the way that this shooting looks. And in speaking with people from law enforcement from that part of the country, they use a phrase that is sometimes heard in law enforcement circles, lawful but awful. They don't like the look of it, but from a legal perspective, it might be okay. To get specific to your question, okay, legally, I should say. To get specific to your question, this case is going to be investigated by the FBI first and foremost because it involves the shooting by a federal law enforcement officer. That's protocol. That's going to happen. The FBI out with a statement saying that is going to be the case. So that we know for sure. Just to read people the policy for the Department of Homeland Security, which of course is the umbrella organization for ICE. It says DHS LEO, so law enforcement officer, may use deadly force only when the law enforcement officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the LEO or to another person. These videos, and you guys have done such an incredible job of breaking it down, what we see, the evidence that you can garner from it already, only shows us a specific moment in time. It doesn't show us what led up to this. It doesn't show us why a bunch of ICE cars are surrounding this particular car, or did this car drive into an area where ICE officers were? Did they surround this person? What did this person say? What didn't they say? And so it's a difficult situation for us to sit here and play kind of almost Monday morning quarterbacking of a law enforcement investigation without knowing the totality of the circumstance. Certainly, the idea of calling it domestic terrorism so quickly afterwards, that has a legal connotation that goes to motive. So either they have a reason to say that or they're calling it just to call it that. And I think that's going to be a big question. As Julia alluded to, it's 6 p.m. today. Do they have a motive? Do they know anything about this individual in particular? But the DHS policy and most policies in law enforcement are pretty wide when it comes to when an officer believes that they're in a situation where their personal well-being or that of others could be in jeopardy, that they can use deadly force. And it is also in the policy, and people should understand this when it comes to law enforcement, they don't have to match force with force. You can use force beyond the one that you're presented with. That's along the force continuum. And the last thing that I'll mention is that DHS does prohibit the shooting of using deadly force just to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject. So if the officer wanted to stop this person from moving forward just because they believed that they were going to flee, that would not be permissible. Tons of questions here at this hour, Ryan, is the bottom line.
And Tom, you raise an excellent point, and that is, even though we see this video, and I think everybody has drawn their own conclusions as a result of the video, and there are multiple angles of it, but there are still so many things that we don't know about what led to getting us to that point, what happened afterwards, who this person is, what was she doing beforehand. But yet, Monica Alba, as I go to you at the North Lawn of the White House, it seems as though the administration has already decided what they think has happened. President Trump himself putting out a statement as it relates to that. Is there anybody at the White House is thinking maybe we should take a beat and allow this investigation to play out before we make any sort of definitive statement about it?
Well, the first official that we heard from, Ryan, was the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, who did share one angle of this video, and he just shared two simple words saying domestic terrorism. That was pretty quickly after this started to bubble up and those different angles were circulating on social media. It was only some time later that the president issued a very lengthy post on his social media platform, which again, he is presenting his assessment, what he believes. He says he is viewing this based on the clip that he shares also in this post, saying it's a horrible thing to watch. And the president is alleging here that the woman was, quote, obviously a professional agitator. It's unclear exactly what evidence he's basing that on or where he has, if he has been briefed by law enforcement officials, gotten any actual indication or window into motive, because it is so early in this investigation to share that. But nevertheless, the president is saying essentially that the woman who was driving the car viciously ran over the ICE officer. Now, again, based on the different angles you've been playing, people can look at that and make their own judgment of what is happening, though it is difficult since we don't have a 360 view of every angle of this. But the president essentially goes on to say that based on the clip he shared, he says and argues it is hard to believe that the ICE officer is alive. But he says that that officer is now, quote, recovering in the hospital. Now, the president also says that the whole situation is going to be studied. Clearly, there is going to be an investigation, and we're going to hear more about that, as you've detailed, with the FBI and others looking into it. But this is really then, it turns into the political, which is not surprising. We have seen incidents in this kind of vein before where it is the president who offers his own unvarnished approach and take, and often does make this about the politics of the moment. And as we have seen critics of the president and the administration do similarly, they are taking their own frustration out on the Trump administration and some of the policy decisions that have been made here. But Ryan, we haven't seen the president today. He signed some executive orders earlier this afternoon. It was unclear whether they were going to open that up for press coverage. But at this point, it is this lengthy reaction and the fact that you have the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and others in the administration simply sharing an image online that says, "I stand with ICE." Ryan.
Okay. All right, Julia, let's go to you now, because I understand you have some information about what the protocols are for ICE agents when it comes to approaching a vehicle. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. And we did discuss this earlier, and I was very interested to hear what Jim Kavanaugh had to say about the traffic stop. But I've been speaking with people at DHS who are really familiar with ICE training. There's this huge federal law enforcement training center I've had the opportunity to go to, especially as they've really ramped up hiring. Remember, they're attempting to add 10,000 more people to their force. And what they're told when they approach a vehicle is that they should approach not ever from the front, because, of course, that it could put them in this kind of danger, that they're supposed to approach from the side and really a 90-degree angle. They have what they call a tactical L that can give them some protection whenever they're approaching a vehicle or a person who they think, may be armed, coming in from the side, also trying to make sure there isn't crossfire between officers. But that when you're in front of the vehicle, they're told not to approach the front, and that if a vehicle is moving, firing at it is not what they're supposed to do. It is okay to shoot at someone inside of a car if they are an immediate threat of death or serious injury, but that they are not supposed to fire at someone to attempt to stop a vehicle. If you think about it, the way this person fires their gun in that video, it's not going to stop the woman from driving. It's not going to stop the car from going toward him. It doesn't make the car inoperable. What it does is, of course, make it uncontrollable. And we see that as the vehicle drives off the road. So there is training for situations like this. Of course, training doesn't prepare you for every situation. And of course, there's a lot running through the mind of someone who might be worried about a vehicle in this situation. And I do think it's important to know from the video where that officer approached from. Was he one of those who got out of the vehicles that were kind of up the road, or was he coming over from the other side toward that gray SUV or white SUV, was he coming that way? And so that's how he ended up being in front of the vehicle at that time. But their training would say to go to the sides, never to the front, and that if you are in front of a vehicle, to move out of the way rather than shooting it, merely as protocol to protect the officers from being hit by a vehicle.
Okay. And Tom Monroe, let's go back to you. We're already starting to see protesters take to the streets as a result of this. Minneapolis is no stranger to these type of protests. We remember everything that happened in the wake of the George Floyd killing. How concerned are law enforcement on the ground about these protests growing and the potential for more violence as a result of this?
Yeah, I think everybody's concerned with that at the moment. So you have what is a law enforcement involved shooting involving a federal law enforcement officer, the incident that we've been looking at and speaking at for the past 15, 20 minutes or so. And then you have what the reaction will be. And so you've got Governor Tim Walz talking about putting the National Guard on notice that they might be brought in for this. You're looking at this incident that took place just in the last hour or so of Minneapolis police officers, snowballs being thrown at them, people protesting signs that said FTP, the police is what that stands for. You can figure out the expletive on your own. And then as far as the climate in Minneapolis, Brian O'Hara is the police chief there. He's a police chief that has spent a lot of time in trying to build up the relationship with the community after the death of George Floyd, the killing of George Floyd, obviously the conviction of the officers there that were involved in that. And so that's something that's been top of mind for law enforcement there. And so the problem that starts to occur here is that there can be an equating of the local police and federal law enforcement officers, and that puts everybody at risk. And so the message from the governor was to use your First Amendment right, protest, do it all legally, do it all lawfully, don't create any damage, don't create a visual of a city that's burning. But obviously we all know the past in Minneapolis, and so this is definitely a concern for law enforcement there. This video that we're just looking at of the officers there with the crime scene tape up, that's my immediate concern, because you've got to investigate what happened here today. That's going to take time. That has to occur on that street, and you've got to have to push people back. You're going to create a barricade. You're going to create law enforcement there. It's a potential flashpoint. So that's definitely top of mind. I'm not sharing anything that they're not thinking about. I can promise you that.
Okay. Tom, Jim, Monica, Julia, all of you, please stand by. We're now going to bring in Lynette Renee Grandel and Venus DeMars. Lynette was a direct witness of today's shooting. Venus witnessed the aftermath. I want to thank you both for being here on what is obviously a very hectic and emotional day. So Lynette, you witnessed the shooting, correct? Explain to me what you saw and how everything came together.
Right. Well, I got up this morning because I was getting messages on social media that our local elementary school over here 2 blocks away was requesting observers to be there while the children were arriving for school on buses, because ICE had been patrolling around there quite heavily today, and there was concern that they would abduct parents who were dropping off their children or making sure their children got safely to school. So that ended, and so it was about 9:30, and I walked actually on this intersection where you can see towards that intersection, and I was going to go home, and a guy in a car drove by me and another friend who were walking along there, and he said, "Oh, ICE is right there around the corner in the 3300 block of Portland Avenue." So I thought, oh, I better see what's happening there. I have my video with my phone camera. I should observe there and make sure everybody's okay. So I walked around the corner, and there were a lot of ICE vehicles stopped in the middle of the street, not quite where you see it would be north to the right of what you're looking at right now. And I was also surprised there was one vehicle, you're looking at it now, that was sort of askew in the lane. And I wasn't sure what was going on with that. I didn't see any ICE vehicles or ICE officers in front of it. It seemed that all the activity was pretty far behind it. Vehicles and ICE officers on foot on both sides of the street. And I was thinking, oh, they must be targeting a house or an apartment or something like that. So I was looking at all of that, and there were several of us, I would say, kind of scattered up and down the block on the sidewalks, yelling at the ICE officials. And then shortly after I passed this vehicle, I would say less than 60 seconds after I passed her, I heard these 3 pops, shot, 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 pop, pop, pop. And I knew it was gunfire, and it was pop, pop, pop. And then almost immediately the crash of her hitting that parked car, you can kind of see up there across the street. Yeah. It wasn't clear to me if she had been parked. There's a parking line, and then where the ICE officers are standing, you can sort of see the stripes. That's a big bicycle lane. So like the driving lanes are way over there. Right now, she's moving into the driving lane right now. No, and there is no way.
Wait, Lynette, can I stop you? I want to make a point there. So the area that is covered in snow, that's actually a bike lane. That would not even be an area that a car would drive through, is what you're saying.
Right. Well, it's a parking lane, and then you'd have to drive across it to get out of the parked area by the curb.
No vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So So that would indicate, at least to a certain extent, why the car may have been there. But as you said, so when you approached, the car was kind of in that spot. We see it at the beginning. It was kind of almost in the driving lane, but still in that bike lane to a certain extent. Could you tell at that? Yeah. Could you tell at that point, was there any sort of conflict? Were ICE agents yelling at the driver? Was the driver yelling back? Did you see any sense of that? Yeah.
People were blowing their whistles at the ICE agents. The ICE agents were getting out of vehicles possibly and walking they were walking in that direction. But I did not realize they might be walking towards that vehicle.
And I
it
guess
didn't seem like the vehicle subject to be any kind of target.
So you didn't have any sort of sense when you were walking up then that this vehicle was in any way threatening anyone? It didn't seem as though the person in the car was trying to agitate or make the situation more difficult for the ICE agents.
No, I didn't even hear anything from the car. People on the sidewalks were screaming at the ICE agents, like, get out of our neighborhood, that sort of thing. But and like, we were blowing whistles and stuff like that. But no.
So then, Venus, Venus, if we can bring you into the conversation, then at what point did you recognize and realize that something was happening, and what was your experience?
So Lynette texted me because she couldn't come over and find out what had happened because the ICE agents were pushing everybody away.
They immediately pushed everybody back.
Yes. So I went out because we live nearby and I could come in from the other angle, and I got to the intersection and I discovered that they were the EMTs were doing CPR on someone on the sidewalk right at the intersection. That lasted for about a minute. She was behind a snowbank, so I just saw the activity of doing the CPR. The ambulances couldn't get there because there was so much traffic.
The ICE vehicles it's a one-way going south. The ICE vehicles had the complete block north of her, behind her, blocked.
So when they finally did get over there, I watched as they got whoever they were doing the CPR on onto a stretcher, and then put her into the ambulance and drove away. But there was no rush, there was no sirens. I already knew she hadn't made it. It was just devastating to watch, and I was just across the street from it.
And so you both live in this neighborhood, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So do you recognize the car? Would you have known the woman that was in the car? Or
no,
do you have any?
We don't know her.
Right. Okay.
I mean, at this point, we don't know that we know her. I mean, I didn't recognize the car. It's it's a busy neighborhood. Portland Avenue is a busy street. It's one of the arteries going south of downtown, especially you know, in the second half of the day, it's a busy street.
I'm interested in something else you said, Lynette, because, you know, we've all seen the aftermath. We see the actual incident and the aftermath, and it seemed as though this was a pretty chaotic scene for quite a period of time. But the way you describe it is, as you were walking up, you didn't even realize that there was something going on. I mean, you knew there were ICE agents in the area because of the community group that you have and the situation at your elementary school. Did it really not get that chaotic until the car started pulling out, or was there a sense of tension even before that moment from your viewpoint of it?
It didn't get chaotic until the shots were fired.
Right. It was.
I mean, I was able to cross the street. I'd started crossing the street to get to the other side to see if something was going on over on that side, because I couldn't see much of anything on the even side of the street. And so I was able to cross because the traffic was stopped. ICE agents were all around. Nobody was preventing me from doing anything. It wasn't until I was still in the street, maybe halfway across it, and I heard the shots behind me. And that's when things got bad.
So I guess that also, I mean, you said you don't know this woman. The president of the United States has described her as a professional agitator. That's his language. But as far as you know, she wasn't even a part of this text group you had that was alerting people to ICE agents being in the area.
Yeah, I have no idea where she was.
No. There was, it did not look, didn't look like there was any blockade or any intentional trying to, I mean, it was just, we were trying to pay attention to there was a lot of activity in our neighborhood that we got alerted to since about 6:30 in the morning.
And it's continuing. I mean, my social media is blowing up. This has not even stopped them. They are picking up people all over the place.
Yeah. But there wasn't a big chaotic scene before the shooting. That's when it sparked.
Yeah.
And that's when people rushed out and asked. And there was not a lot of people out there. It didn't start turning into a protest or people trying to document until after that incident. When I was filming the CPR happening, there was still just a handful of us out there. It was not this big chaotic thing. It was just like maybe 25 of us out there, neighbors who came out. It was not a big chaotic scene.
And did either of you at any point see a DHS or ICE vehicle that appeared to be stuck in the snow? I mean, I can't imagine you're Minnesotans, you know how to drive in snow.
I heard there was one on the 3300 block of Park.
But anywhere near the scene? Anywhere near the scene that you witnessed?
Well, it would be 2 blocks away. 2 blocks away.
Yeah.
But nothing directly connected to the incident that you could tell.
If they're stuck in the snow, people are going to stand and laugh at them and photograph them, but they're not in any danger.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then the last question I have for you guys just before we go is, how concerned are you now about the subsequent protests that could take place, especially given the fact that Minneapolis has already been through so much when it comes to those kind of protests?
I'm not worried about a protest. What I'm worried about is the reaction from the government with what's the rhetoric already that we're hearing about this professional agitation and all of that. That's what I'm worried about.
I am worried about that too, that they will bring in outside agitators. Actually, the protest community in the Twin Cities is pretty well organized, but it's a lot of the outsiders who come in who try to cause problems, and that, I believe, is what led to some of the burning on Lake Street. And we lived through that, but we were out with our neighbors in the alley, making sure that people didn't come through and burn down our garages and houses.
But it wasn't.
Well, I appreciate you both sharing your story. I'm sorry that you had to witness that and that you're dealing with all of that aftermath. I hope you and your community can stay as safe as possible given everything that's happening. But Lynette Renee Grandel and Venus DeMars, thank you both for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring back in Jim Kavanaugh and Julia Ainsley to react to what we heard here from, and Lynette in particular, specifically an eyewitness to what took place, Jim. It's interesting. I don't know if you were as interested in what she was explaining about that traffic flow. First of all, that it was a one-way street, and that area that we've seen in the video where the snow was still covering was a bike lane and a parking lane. Does that change your view of it at all?
Well, I listened carefully like you did, Ryan, but it still looked to me like that silver SUV and the burgundy SUV where the victim's car were in the traffic lane a little bit, the flow of the traffic lane. You can see the white line. That's the traffic lane. That's the right side of the traffic lane. And that silver SUV's in it as well. And, it's got the full front half of it's in the traffic lane, and the ICE pickup truck on the left side's in the traffic lane. So, is that silver SUV an ICE vehicle that was blocking the lane because a block ahead or block and a half or 2 blocks, as Venus described, was there an ICE vehicle stuck in the snow ahead? And they were blocking the road. And then here comes the 37-year-old female. Did then she come up and she couldn't get around the silver vehicle, which was an ICE vehicle? I don't know. Maybe the ICE officer that shot was operating that vehicle. The door's wide open. We don't really know. Or is that a citizen's vehicle? There's a citizen standing behind it with a white hoodie. So we don't know whose vehicle that is to put that together. But I still think there's a block of the traffic lane here. And that's what's causing the ICE agents to go up to that burgundy SUV, because the traffic lane's blocked and they want to talk to the motorist. And then it escalates from there. So it's still a lot of things unclear to us, Ryan.
No doubt about that, Jim. Julia, from your experience, I mean, you've been along with ICE as they've conducted these operations. From what you heard of the witnesses' descriptions of what the environment was at the time leading up to this shooting, Lynette said that it wasn't chaotic at that point, that people weren't screaming at the ICE agents. I mean, what does that tell you about what led to ultimately this shooting taking place?
Well, certainly most ICE ride-alongs and operations I've been able to witness have not included screaming. They've been actually pretty discreet, and they've gone into targeted places where they plan on arresting individuals that they have been targeting for some time. It is different from the narrative that we heard from DHS, that this was an ongoing operation where people came out purposely to protest. And I think, Ryan, that's why we're so focused on whether or not that was a traffic lane. It seems like such a small detail. But the question is, was she just someone going about her morning and she's pulling out of a parking lane and trying to get out into traffic? There's another view of this video that one of our producers just sent me that it's from the same user, but it just starts a little before, where you see her hand coming out of the window, motioning for them to go around her, almost like she wants them to drive around her before she pulls out. So a lot of questions, but I think at the heart of the matter is that it's a shame that we can't get body camera footage from ICE. And I'll tell you why we can't. Of course, so much of officer-involved shootings, even going back to Ferguson, Missouri in 2014, really set the stage for more people to be using, more law enforcement to be using body cameras, so that there wasn't a he said, she said in the middle of situations like this, that we could get to the truth just based on the viewpoint of the officer. And under the Biden administration, there was a pilot program for ICE officers to start wearing body cameras. It's the same technology that many local police departments are using across the country. The technology now is so advanced they can even use it to translate like over 30 languages. I mean, it's pretty amazing, but that's not something that the Trump administration has allocated any more money to. They still have about only 25% of their officers with body cameras, and more of them are on the investigative side who actually wear those. And even with the One Big Beautiful Bill that passed this summer, making ICE the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, none of that money went toward body cameras, which would hold officers to a level of accountability, but also quell the tensions that are rising in moments like this as we think about protests that could erupt in Minneapolis, the police chief there begging people to stay peaceful, to stay home, not to come out and to clash about this. That kind of footage really could answer so many questions. But we have reached out to ICE to try to get any body camera footage. If any of those officers had footage, right now we haven't been able to get anything. But that is really the perspective I think we all want here, is a longer time period of that video, and to be able to see it from the point of view of that man right there holding that firearm, to see where he approached the vehicle, and exactly what kind of danger he might have been in, or whether or not he violated his training.
Great point, Jim, because it wouldn't also, obviously it would give us another view of this, but we'd also might be able to hear the interaction between the officer and the woman in the car. If, for instance, she was saying, "I'm going to run you over," or she was yelling something that was confrontational, perhaps that would give us some level of knowledge about the intent here. It also appears that the officer might be holding up a phone of his own, so perhaps he was even recording it himself. Is that information that law enforcement would have available to it? Is it something a defense attorney could potentially subpoena? But is Julia right? Having video from the officer's perspective, wouldn't that give us a lot more information about what happened?
Yes, Julia's absolutely right on that. Not only that, but she's absolutely right on to, bring to the forefront of, the officer's positioning in the front of the vehicle, as we discussed earlier. You never want to put yourself in a dangerous situation when you're an officer. You're always trying to avoid that. And so that's some facts we want to find out. Did he come from that silver vehicle? Was he walking on the street? Venus told us, there was people walking on the sidewalks. The ICE officers were walking on the sidewalks. So they were doing an enforcement activity. It's unbelievable to think that 2,000 officers can be deployed like that. I mean, that's a lot of officers to deploy to a city like Minneapolis, and not coordinating with the local police is really unprecedented. I spent 33 years in ATF. We coordinated everything with the police. We always worked with the police, hand in glove, on everything we did, and they worked with us. We shared our things, so we could not have a blue-on-blue shooting or confrontation, or we didn't know something, was going on. And so this is very unusual, the way this is happening, and to deploy that many officers. But they're deployed on the street, and they're walking on the street, they're driving on the street. And so there's a lot of activity going on, physical activity. Of course, then you have protesters are watching them and filming them and blowing whistles. So it's not chaotic, I wouldn't say, but there's a lot of activity there. Yeah. And so we do want to see what did the ICE agent have a phone? Did he have a body camera? And all those cameras got to be put together. The angle of the shots has to be put together. Exactly what did that female driver say? Was she, she's been called an activist, but maybe she's not. Maybe she's a person driving down the street who just stopped and wants to get out of the way. Right. But it really appears that she was not wanting to discuss or engage with the agent. And that's a seminal point as well.
Okay, Jim Cavanaugh and Julia Ainsley, thank you both for your expertise on this breaking news situation that we're all still just digesting in the moment. I want to go back now to the White House and Monica Alba. Monica, Julia said that the Department of Homeland Security is going to brief on this in about an hour and 10 minutes. Is the White House deferring to them now as this investigation moves forward, or should we expect more from the White House today?
I think it's likely, Ryan, that you're going to hear from the DHS secretary when she speaks, and as somebody who probably has been in touch with the president on and off today. Obviously, she was traveling and made her way to Minneapolis, but this is the kind of situation where typically the president would be briefed and kept up to date on anything that is changing and evolving in real time by his top officials. Earlier today, certainly the White House did defer to DHS as this was all beginning to emerge, and I think you can expect them to have a pretty coordinated and aligned message. I think they will both stand with ICE, as we have seen that kind of language come from the White House in the last couple of hours. Though I think Secretary Noem, certainly when she spoke earlier today, didn't seem to have all the information, or maybe hadn't seen all of the angles that we have now discussed and analyzed and gone through over the course of this program. So perhaps there will be some additional information. Again, it was the president who is sharing his own assessment that he believes that the ICE officer was, quote, acting in self-defense. I think you'll likely hear a little bit more on that from the DHS secretary, and that's likely something the White House is going to try to get more information on and be able to try to expand and argue again as their main point here. But As you know, Ryan, there has also been so much political back and forth with the governor of Minnesota, with Tim Walz, who announced recently that he's dropping his reelection bid. There had been plenty of back and forth with this administration and the state over those claims, those allegations of fraud when it comes to those child care centers. So Minnesota is a topic that really had been pretty high on the list of the White House in the last couple of weeks. And I think you can expect them to have more to say overall. And again, they will likely lean into this moment politically, as we are seeing Democrats and critics of the administration in the White House do also in this moment. Ryan.
Okay, Monica Elba, stand by for us. If you get anything new, please let us know and we'll bring you on and talk about it, but we appreciate that report. Let's bring in our panel now to talk about all of this. Susan Page, USA Today Washington Bureau Chief. Kendra Barkoff, former press secretary to then Vice President Biden and now a managing director at SKDK. And Stephen Hayes, the editor and CEO of The Dispatch and an NBC News contributor. And Susan, I want to start where Monica left off. This would be a political hotbed if this incident had happened anywhere in the country. But the fact that it's happening in Minnesota, which has already become a focal point of some of the biggest political conversations we're having in America, I mean, how concerned are you that this could be the start of something that could get pretty ugly here over the next couple of days?
It could. There's so much we don't know. And the onus, I think, is really on DHS at their news conference to explain why they came to the conclusion, made the assertion that this was an attempt an act of domestic terrorism, that the woman who was killed was a professional agitator, because we at the moment don't have that evidence. And so it fuels this, I think, enormous reaction that people have just from looking at the video, where it does not seem that she was doing anything that would have warranted shooting her dead.
Yeah, and Stephen, I remember it doesn't seem that long ago when an incident like this would happen, both Republicans and Democrats would take a deep breath. Right. They wouldn't try and say anything that could be even viewed as politics at all. I want to show you two statements. This is from Ilhan Omar. She, of course, represents Minnesota. This administration has shown yet again that it does not care about the safety of Minnesotans. Instead of protecting our communities, they're unleashing violence, terrorizing neighborhoods, and now killing a civilian. For weeks, ICE's so-called Operation Metro Surge has spread fear, chaos, and violence across the state. This is not law enforcement, it is state violence. Now, another person that represents Minnesota, the Republican whip, Tom Emmer. He said, someone lost their life today. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but we've got to let law enforcement do its job before the politicians or anyone else jumps to conclusions. May God bless them and bless the work that they're doing. He goes on to defend the ICE officers involved in this. Is there the possibility that we may never get as clear as possible an indication and an understanding of what happened here because the politics is going to cloud it?
Yes, I think that's likely. I think you did a good job in your conversation before ours of encouraging people to take a step back and let's wait for more information. That's the responsible thing to do. We're not seeing our politicians do that. Donald Trump doesn't have any idea whether this is domestic terrorism. He doesn't know that her motives were vicious. I think he described her as viciously trying to run down. We don't know that. We don't know this information. And it's irresponsible and unfortunate that he or Ilhan Omar on the other side would jump to conclusions based on this lack of information. But this is our politics today, and I think it's exactly why, to your question to Susan, we can expect that this will be a big problem in a highly charged environment over the coming days.
So to Stephen's point, Kendra, we saw the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, use some very harsh language directed at ICE. We saw the governor as well attack the administration for ICE's role there. Do they have a responsibility to tone down a bit of the rhetoric and let this investigation play itself out?
Of course they do. I think everybody across the board does. I will say that I think the governor's rhetoric was a little bit more subdued. Mm-hmm. I think he called for people to protest in the right way, which is exercise your First Amendment rights. But obviously, like, everybody's watching, all eyes are on us. Let's try and do the right thing. We don't want to do the thing that will feed into what the rhetoric is, which is what Donald Trump will say, the fires, the chaos. And remember, this happened in a place that is very close to where George Floyd was murdered. Mm-hmm. And so I think there will be this could lead to a lot of protests and issues that he obviously doesn't want to have happen.
You know, Americans want some credibility about the version of truth, right? Americans probably open to hearing alternative narratives that say this agent felt that he was actually in peril. But is there going to be an investigation that gives Americans a sense of confidence that they've discovered what really happened? And I'm not sure that that's going to be
I'm not sure
the
it's
case.
possible. I mean, I was thinking the same thing as I was listening to you talk to the previous panel and the discussion of an FBI investigation that'll now be launched. Well, what's the likelihood that the FBI is going to be able to do a fair and impartial investigation when you have the President of the United States already offering the conclusion of what that investigation will be?
And Congress has completely said we're going to wash our hands of anything oversight related. There's no hearings, there's no transparency or credibility. They themselves have an obligation to hold hearings and to look into these kinds of things. And they've said, no, we're not going to do that.
I mean, Susan, if you even played it out further, and to Stephen's point, there's a possibility that the FBI will conduct an investigation and determine one outcome, and a state or local district attorney may do a parallel investigation and draw a completely different conclusion. I mean, that could even, not to sound too like the sky is falling here, but almost a constitutional crisis of authority, right?
Well, so you can choose your version of the truth, which is what we increasingly have on everything from this kind of shooting, perhaps, to whether to get vaccinations. So that erosion of confidence that there's any source, any institution you can trust to tell you the truth about big things, that is a real constitutional crisis.
And do we have any confidence that there's a leader out there that could maybe calm things down in this moment?
I'm still looking.
Kendra?
I think we all are.
Yeah, okay. All right, guys, thank you for being here on a very difficult day and having a very nice and responsible conversation about what we saw play out here today in Minneapolis. Susan, Kendra, Stephen, thank you all for being here. We're going to be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But for more, especially on this shooting in Minneapolis, there is more news ahead on NBC News Now. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with breaking news after a woman was shot and killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. Federal officials calling it self-defense, the city's mayor calling that BS, and now calls for calm with tensions spiking. Look at this, some crowds in the street. This is a live look now at Minneapolis, 4 o'clock in Minneapolis. You can see that some people have put up flowers across where this happened, with questions over what exactly went down in this shooting and the response to it. No confirmation yet officially on the identity of the woman killed, although a Minnesota senator does say she was an American citizen. Here's what we're going to do. There's a lot of eyewitness video of this moment. We're going to play one of the clearer angles that we've seen. We're going to play it a couple of times with a warning. It is obviously disturbing. First, you'll see the whole thing one time, full audio, so you can see the seconds leading up to the shooting itself, the aftermath. Then we're going to slow it down because it all happens super fast. So here it is. We're going to play that one more time. We're going to play the moments. You saw that red SUV there. We're going to play those moments where the agents approached that car and what happened. Here it is. You can see this officer walking up, pulling the handle, right? Then another officer, we've spotlit this, comes around the front of the car. That's the officer who raises his gun, fires. It looks like through the front of the car. The car then, as you saw, speeds off, crashes ultimately into another car up the street. I want to play for you another angle now. This is a clip that was posted by President Trump online late today. You're going to see it from the other end of the street farther away. Here it is. Here it is one more time. You heard those shots fired there. And then on the side of the road nearby, this moment.
They just killed that lady right there in that car, y'all. Killed that lady in that car. Somebody come get their people. Hey, was you riding with her? Did you call any of your people yet?
We're new here. I don't have.
So you don't got none of her family members or anybody number? Do you know anybody on her Facebook? All right. Damn.
Those are just some of the images that we have been seeing, and a lot of questions here. The Department of Homeland Security, as you see here, has called this an act of domestic terrorism. And the president, in that online post, says the woman in the car, in his words, was a professional agitator. He says there was a professional agitator screaming, and he said the woman in the car ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Again, you've seen the video for yourself. And the city's mayor is calling the administration's response BS.
To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz also angry at what has happened here and calling for calm as we've seen some more tense moments play out. Look at this. This was happening as we were live on the air during rolling coverage here. People throwing snowballs at police cars, officers releasing tear gas into the crowds. That's what you're seeing there. We have team coverage across every angle of this tonight. Tom Winter is standing by, along with our former ATF Special Agent in Charge, Jim Kavanaugh, who's joining us. Monica Alba is at the White House. Julia Ainsley is with us. But I want to start on the ground in Minneapolis with Joe McCoy. Joe, from our station CARE, tell us what you're seeing on the ground tonight and what else you've learned.
Well, Hallie, what we are seeing now is a community in mourning, quite frankly. This is the tree where that maroon Honda ultimately crashed into after that driver was shot. You can see these candles that people have lit. Of course, we have flowers and also a cross. There has to be at least a few hundred people here who have joined to mourn the loss of that 37-year-old who was killed this morning. And I want to bring in this man named here, Emerson. Emerson, why did you decide to come out tonight to the scene?
Because I'm livid. I'm outraged. I'm disgusted. When I got the news, I actually almost got sick. I have to be out here. I can't sit at home and just watch this on Instagram. I have to come out here. I have to see where it happened. I have to see the people it's affecting. I just had to.
Yeah. Were you here at the protests that were happening earlier, or did you just get on scene recently at the memorial?
I got here maybe about an hour ago, so not when the protests were happening.
We appreciate your time, Emerson. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that is what we've been hearing from other community members here. What we saw on scene this morning after this shooting happened around 9:30 was, of course, protesters were angry. They were demanding answers from police, from ICE agents, from federal agents. Where things changed was around 2 p.m., and that is when MPD removed the barriers that they had set up. That is when MPD left the scene, and after that, we saw protesters starting to throw snow and ice at MPD officers, and as MPD was leaving the scene, we even saw one person throw an object that smashed the side window of a police vehicle. Those protesters then continued walking for a few blocks, not even a mile, just through the streets of Minneapolis. We arrived back on scene here at 34th and Portland, where, as we mentioned, we now have this growing memorial. What is so interesting, Hallie, as you played out in your intro there, was what we are seeing politically and the two different narratives about what happened this morning. Of course, right now what these people care about is the life that was lost here in Minneapolis, but that is what we have seen play out throughout the morning, is one side saying that, Christine Ohm saying, quote, this was an act of domestic terrorism and that federal agent was defending themselves. Then we're seeing someone like the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, saying that is, quote, BS. So we are seeing this play out politically, but what we are seeing on the ground is a community that is extremely angry and a community that is now mourning.
Joe, before I have to let you go, and we're so glad to have you with us there on the ground, a couple more questions for you. First of all, as you talk about the demonstrations and the protests, and I know you're out in it right there at 34th in Portland at the location where this happened. We know the governor has called for calm. The Minneapolis mayor has as well, saying essentially don't give the Trump administration what they want, in their words, in their view. What has what has the tension felt like to you? Has it remained largely calm? Is that what you've seen?
It's not for honey. It's not for self-defense.
It has remained largely calm, Hallie. The only time it really got tense was when those barriers came down and MPD was trying to leave the scene and people were, as I mentioned, throwing snow and ice at officers and at those police vehicles. Other than that, it's just been, of course, a lot of profanity, people screaming at officers, asking for them to arrest the ICE agent that fired that fatal shot. Here, it is completely peaceful. People are just holding flags. What we're seeing is a lot of people who are expressing their love for the country, but also from maybe the country they're from. We've had people flying Mexican flags, people flying other flags from different countries, saying that we are all American, we all deserve to live here in the U.S. and here in Minneapolis. What Governor Walz mentioned, as you said, about keeping things peaceful, he did say that he has the National Guard on alert. He has not called them into the city yet, but he has them on alert in case things were to escalate even more. He also said that he has called the mobile units of State Patrol to come into town. Of course, Minneapolis, post George Floyd, we saw what happened there after the murder of George Floyd. The state and local officials just want to make sure that things do not escalate any greater.
And Joe, one more question for you, too. We know that Minnesota Senator Tina Smith, I believe it was, said that this woman who was killed was an American citizen. We heard the governor say that one of her family members essentially watched this unfold. Do we know anything else about who she was or her life?
At this moment, we do not, Hallie. The governor also said in that press conference that he has not learned the identity of this woman. Kara Levin and NBC, we are working to confirm the identity of this woman who was killed this morning.
Okay, Joe, we're glad to have you with us. Thank you very much for being on the ground for us there in Minneapolis. We'll come back to you if we can. You see Julia Ainsley here, and I want to do something. I want to bring in Julia. I want to bring in Tom. I want to bring in Jim Kavanaugh as well as we take a look at this video more closely here. Because, Julia, to the point that I know you've been talking with sources, with people around this moment that you're watching is going to be critical to the investigation, now an FBI investigation as it unfolds. Whether this was, in fact, self-defense, whether this officer did feel that his life was in danger with that car, or not here, Julia. So I want you to start us off in the conversation around the training for these officers with things moving so quickly in a moment like this.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of training that ICE officers do, as well as any federal agents, in terms of when it comes to vehicles, which can be used as a weapon. That's why they are trained to be careful around them. One of the things is it's a practice to try to approach a vehicle from the side at a 90-degree angle, never head on. And I've spoken to DHS officials who are watching these videos and are talking to me, Hallie, because they're worried about what they've seen here, but they can't go on the record because they don't want to be conflicting with what Secretary Noem is putting out on the record, saying that this was clearly a vehicle ramming incident and that the officer was completely in the right. Now, they're not taking sides here. They're just trying to explain the training that goes into it because they want ICE officers to be protected when they go out in the field and conduct investigations. So the first thing they said is they would never approach a vehicle from the front. Now, I would want to see more of the video to see if that officer was already to the right of the vehicle and then needed to come around and he was on his way around. That's not exactly clear how he ended up there. The other thing is that they don't shoot at a moving vehicle as it means to stop it. That, of course, wouldn't be a way to stop a vehicle. It's continuing to move, even if the person behind the wheel is no longer in control of the vehicle. And so they said that wasn't something that could be done really in self-defense anyway, because it's not going to keep the vehicle from moving forward on the path where it's already going. Another thing here we have to mention is body cameras, because if you think back to every officer involved shooting that's been high profile that we've covered in recent years, even over the past decade and more, it's come down to body cameras. We always wait for that footage in order to see what the officer saw from his or her perspective when they made that decision to use lethal force. But unfortunately, it is not a policy across ICE for all officers to have body cameras. There was a pilot program that began under the Biden administration, and it was not expanded. And so to this day, only about 25% of ICE wears body cameras. Many of those belong to HSI. They do more of the investigative work, not this kind of work. And so even with the one big beautiful bill that made ICE the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the nation, they did not allocate any new money toward body cameras. And so, unfortunately, it's a very high possibility that we never see body camera footage from this incident. But certainly a lot of people talking today about training that is supposed to keep officers out of situations like this. They're not necessarily taking a side and saying that this officer should not have fired, but merely this was a position that could have been avoided.
Julia, I'm going to ask you to stand by as long as you can. I know you got to work the phones too. On the left side of your screen, you are now looking at this vigil that has sprung up near the location of that deadly shooting today in Minneapolis. You hear people and you see them gathered. They are singing together. Hours after this unfolded, just around midday. I mentioned Tom and Jim are joining us. Tom, as we keep an eye on what's happening here on the scene and this emotional moment for people. Again, the identity of the woman who was killed still not officially known. We have shown you some of the angles from the scene. I want to pull that back up. And Tom, I'll start with you. What stands out to you when you look at this here? Because there's a lot of questions around, obviously, as we've been talking about how this unfolded.
Sure. So first off, the pickup truck there is clearly a law enforcement vehicle. You can see the flashing lights on it. It's got flashing lights in the grille.
And I'm going to ask our team, too, Tom, to pause. We have the ability to do that as you're talking through this here.
Yeah, so this is a great spot to pause. The first thing I looked at when I saw this video a second time is you look at the left front tire, which is clearly made a pivot here and is trying to get out of that. So this individual backs up their car. That left front tire is pointed to the left of our screen as we're looking at it. And this appears to be a one-way street, by the way, and then is seen kind of twisting the wheel and making that turn towards the right when the vehicle is then fired upon and that person who's now deceased is fired upon. So for the ICE agent, and what Julia pointed out was a really good point about the training. However, we don't know what led up to this. We can pause and stop and replay, and you're looking there at the vehicle with its tires turned to the left, as I described before. It's cumulatively about 5 seconds where this incident occurs, and it probably is actually less than that. So we don't know what led up to it. Was this vehicle creating a problem before in slowing down ICE officers? Was the fact this vehicle trying to turn around towards the direction of traffic, was that seen as a threat? Had there been issues before? What is said here, we don't hear a lot as far as whatever dialogue, if any, is said between the driver of this vehicle and the ICE agents. We don't know if they had a prior interaction with this person or if they knew who this person was. So there's a lot of questions here that'll become part of this investigation. Everybody's going to want answers now. The video is very clear in front of us. We almost never get eyewitness video that holds this as well as this does. We've seen other videos as well that show the vehicle turning, that there is clearly an ICE agent in front of the vehicle. I'm going to read to you the controlling paragraph, page 7, item 2 of the Department of Homeland Security Use of Force Guide. It says a Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officer may use deadly force only when the law enforcement officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force, in this case the woman driving the car, poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the law enforcement officer or to another person. So that's why it's going to be critical to understand, one, what was in the ICE agent's, what was their state of mind leading up to this? 2, what was known about this car, this individual ahead of time? I mean, you see they stop there, they have their lights on, and they approach this car. Was there reason for it? Or because of the protests, as has been stated, as you reported at the top of the show, were these guys on edge? Did they have previous interactions with people? Had they been stopping whatever enforcement operations they say they were carrying out? I'm up to, I don't know, how many, 20, 25 questions at this point. So
that's right.
That's why I think it's important to point out some of the still remaining parts of this investigation, Hallie.
Our team's gonna pull up another angle of this. This is the angle we showed you earlier, Jim. It's a different one. It's further away. It's further up the street, and you can see, and this is a different angle too. Again, all these images coming in, and I just want to explain to viewers for 1 second here. There's obviously a lot of video that comes in. We have a rigorous process here at NBC News where we have a team that is confirming that these videos are real, they are accurate, they are from the scene, et cetera. So everything you've seen on the internet, you might not see right here because, again, we have that process to go through. And Jim, as you look at this, you and I have talked before about this question of self-defense. And so as a law enforcement veteran, as an expert in this field here, can you help us understand how you're looking at some of these images?
Looking very close all day at these images and trying to ascertain is, did the agent have a lawful right to use deadly force because he felt that his life was in imminent threat or he was in imminent threat of serious bodily injury. There's a couple of seminal points in this video. One is the one you showed right at the top, the very first video. was a little longer in the beginning.
Let me have the team play that and pull that up. The longer video, I'm going to ask our control room to pull up the very first video that we aired in the show of this incident. It was longer. We showed some of the tee up there with that other car zooming past and driving away. So as Jim's talking through that, I'll get our team to pull that up here, please.
Yeah, we see this is the very early video that we hadn't seen earlier. And it looked like some more people, maybe that original ICE agent is in this video, either in front of the SUV already across the street. You see a person, probably an ICE agent, already there. And here you see an ICE agent, that may be him, walking around the vehicle. Like you could back it up right there, back it up a little bit. You see an ICE agent walk around between the two cars. I think that's the agent who fired the shot because he's nowhere else. So I think he comes from the right and he goes between the two SUVs. He walks between them. And then there's the two agents that get out of the silver pickup and they come over and they're confronting the driver. And that's when the ICE agent who fired the shot goes around. So I think
tell me why that's significant, the movement of these officers, Jim. What does it show?
Well, we talked extensively, and Julia, some great reporting today about, the positioning before the car. We see him right there. He's between the car, and then the car starts to back up. You don't want to get between the cars either. You want to be smashed between them, so he walks around the front. And the other important thing to see here, it doesn't really play for either side of the equation, but it's an important fact, Hallie, is the car backs up, the SUV, the burgundy SUV backs up, then it's put in drive, and you'll see the front wheel, the drive wheel on this vehicle spins, the front wheel spins. And as soon as that front wheel spins, the same exact millisecond, you see the ICE agent draw his duty weapon at that same moment. He doesn't draw it when the car's in reverse. He draws it when the wheel spins. So I just think that's a good... if I was a commander here, I'd want to break that time down really close to see that. And then the third thing, just to close here, is the last video that you showed, the distant shot that you said the president released, kind of from a couple of
Well, I want to be clear. I don't know that he released it. It was part of his Truth Social post, Jim, just so folks know. It had come from, I believe, another outlet. But we can try to pull that up. And I'm going to tell my control room team, this is the shot that's from the other perspective further up the road. Jim, as you talk here, we'll try to turn that around and re-rack that so people can see it as you're talking through it.
Yeah, we hadn't seen a shot like that, from the front, Hallie, so I think it's pretty significant. It's distant, but it could be frozen, zoomed in to give us what's a critical thing here, and that's the positioning of the ICE agent in front of the vehicle or to the side of the vehicle. In other words, what's his exact position? And, you'd want to, as a commander here, get that frozen right at the, the point of decision. And when I say the point of decision, I mean the point that he made the decision. Right.
That's right.
So right there, where is he? So that's a critical one right there. Those are three that I noticed, Howie.
Jim, thank you. I want to pause for a second and ask our team to play a new, and this is that video Jim was talking about, a new piece of video that's come into us. This is after the shooting happened. And I want to ask our team to pull it up because it appears to show some of what was happening on the ground as we were talking about these calls for calm, et cetera. Here it is.
Can I go check a pulse? No. Back up. Now. I'm a physician. I don't care. We understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they?
How can I relax?
This appears to be the immediate aftermath, or at least minutes after the shooting happened. And you hear people who were eyewitnesses, people who were clearly nearby on the street coming out, having these interactions with those agents on scene. If Tom Winter's with us, Tom, I want to talk to you about this because I think what that video also nods to, and if Julia Ainsley is still with us too, number one, the way that these operations now have drawn a lot of eyeballs, people coming to observe, to watch, to obviously in some cases interact. There was an operation that was occurring from ICE before this shooting happened. That's obviously why this most recent operation, ICE was in the city of Minneapolis in the first place. And this is a city, Tom, that understands and has been the center of a national political flashpoint before.
That's exactly right, Hallie. Let's tackle the first thing first, which is the idea of operations, law enforcement operations being watched real time by people in cities. I mean, that's so incredibly rare. I'm not talking about traffic stops. I'm not talking about when something happens, there's an investigation, an incident. But typically law enforcement operations happen early in the morning when a search warrant or an arrest warrant is carried out. And then there's an element of surprise. It's not something where it's kind of telegraphed. Hey, we are going to your town to look for X crime. In this case, immigration related crimes. So that's something that's so unusual. And it's so unusual that people would be following around ICE and saying this is where they are, or what are they doing, and have the opportunity to intercede, have the opportunity to protest, or may actually inject themselves in this law enforcement operation, all of which or none of which may have happened here. And so that makes this very unusual, makes it very difficult for police officers. You're looking at the car there with a round through the front going right into the driver's seat. That's some video I don't think we've yet seen during this show. And so, that makes it a big challenge, right? That's number one. Number two, this happened in Minneapolis. So in Minneapolis, we know about the George Floyd killing. We know about the protest that followed that, became a nationwide protest in the summer of 2020, and what that sparked. And the chief there, Brian O'Hara, who I think at this point in his eyes is probably believes he's had to speak to the nation too many times because of some active shooting incident at a local school in a church going back to this summer in August, and then a number of high-profile incidents in and around the Minneapolis area. Now they're going to have to deal with, and we saw a video at the top of the show, of snowballs and ice being, and our reporter from CARE referring to that earlier in the program, talking about how people are already responding to this. And I think that's got a lot of people concerned. That's obviously got the governor of Minnesota concerned, who's talking about putting the National Guard kind of on notice that they might get called in if there are any sort of protests or anything that happens as a result of this. And the other challenge is, ICE, local police, sometimes people don't draw the difference. You have a federal law enforcement agency carrying out, you're looking at the video I was referring to earlier, the snowballs, those being thrown at local police officers. There's still an investigation. Granted, they've cleared that crime scene. But this is going to be a real potentially contentious weekend in Minneapolis. You've got politicians that are making their statements about what they believe about ICE and whether or not ICE should be in that community in very strong terms. And we know that political rhetoric, no matter which direction it comes from, speaks to people. And sometimes it speaks to people that then want to go out and take matters into their own hands. So, look, this has become a very difficult event. It comes on the heels of a lot of rhetoric in this country, and it's something that police officers are concerned about. We did a story just in the last month or two on NBCNews.com about that concern from law enforcement, and as a matter of fact, spoke to the former St. Paul police chief, specifically about this. So this is going to be a challenging couple of days. Hopefully things don't escalate further than they have been, Hallie.
Tom, I'll ask you to stand by along with the rest of our team because I want to bring in somebody who was an eyewitness to this. And Julia Ainsley asking you to stand by too. Emily Heller, who watched this happen in Minneapolis. She's joining us now on the phone. Emily, it's Hallie. Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Thank you for being with us. Can you tell us, first of all, where you were and what you saw?
I was standing on my front porch. Was just making breakfast and I heard the commotion. I heard the honking and the whistles. My neighborhood has had a really well-organized response to the ICE raids, and so I knew when I heard whistles there was ICE nearby. So I was standing on my front porch, hadn't even put shoes on yet, and within probably 60 seconds of me standing on my front porch, the protester was shot in the face in front of my house almost immediately.
Can you tell me, Emily, and I'm sure, I know this has been an incredibly, I'm sure, emotional day for you, what happened in the moments leading up to this? So in other words, when you talk about those 60 seconds, so if I understand it correctly, it was clear there was some sort of demonstration before you walked outside, right? Because you could hear the whistles. And when you walked out, what specifically was happening in the street?
There was a convoy of ICE vehicles, maybe 6 or 7. And some of the ICE agents had gotten out of their vehicles, and some of the protesters, some of them were on foot. The woman who was shot was in a Honda Pilot, and she was parked perpendicular to traffic. She was blocking traffic as part of her peaceful protest, and the ICE agents were telling her to move, and just seemed totally chaotic. The protesters seemed way more organized than the ICE agents did. It was totally chaotic, and the ICE agents were telling her to move, and then they approached her vehicle and grabbed her, the driver's side door to try to open it and pull her out, I imagine. And then that's when she, I'm sure, got spooked, and she started to reverse. She reversed a little bit so she could angle her wheels to, it's a one-way, so she could only go out one way, and she reversed. And then she started to accelerate forward, and then one of the ICE agents stepped in front of her and yelled, "Stop," and leaned over the front of the hood of her car and shot her in the face. It was about 3 or 4 shots.
Emily, this level of detail is, I think, helpful as we are looking at some of the videos you're describing it. So I want to repeat this back to you. You described the woman who was killed as a protester. Can you, to be clear, it sounds as though you're saying she was in her car protesting by blocking the convoy of ICE or federal vehicles that was coming up this one-way street. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. And she, as you were showing the video now where you describe her angling her wheels and pulling off. What happened in the moments after? What did you see in those moments?
I heard the pops, and then it's like she just put her foot on the gas, like fully, and drove off, and she sped off, and immediately, you could tell from the shots it was fatal. There was no way she was going to survive, but she immediately hit a lamppost, and then ran into some cars as well, and then she was just sitting in her car, slumped over, and by this point I had gotten my shoes on. I was outside recording. I believe it was a neighbor who showed up, and he was saying he was a medic, or he was a physician, and he wanted to administer CPR. And at this point, it was just ICE agents, and they were extremely rude and just told him to shut up and get back. We don't care. We have our own EMS coming. And it took 15 minutes for EMS to arrive. And then when they did arrive, they couldn't get through with the ambulance. So they just came on foot and then examined her for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then they carried her out by her limbs like a sack of potatoes. There was no stretcher. They had to walk her to the corner to get closer to the ambulance.
Emily, we're showing some of the video that you provided here, some of the video that you're talking about, the neighbor apparently, or the person you said that was saying, "I'm a physician," et cetera. So we're seeing that interaction as you're talking. How long had this protest, the whistles, the convoy that you heard, how long had the demonstration been going on before you stepped outside? Do you have any sense of that?
It was pretty quick because I had just come downstairs, so it was maybe a couple of minutes. I think they had been mobile, and then when she parked her car, she had successfully disrupted their mission.
Was she with anybody?
Apparently, there was someone in her car earlier, but by the time I was outside, there was no one else in her car. She was alone.
Okay. How are you doing now, Emily?
Just running on adrenaline.
Yeah. What's your street like at the moment?
There's a vigil happening. There's people gathering. There's a lot of people just coming out to grieve together.
Can you give us a sense when and I know you've had conversations with your neighbors, with your village, with your community here, of how people are feeling in Minneapolis? We heard from your mayor, the city mayor, who called the actions here and the description from the Trump administration BS. He told ICE to get the F out, essentially, using that language, as you know, Emily. What is it like in the city based on your interactions with the people around you?
I don't know. I'm just getting bombarded with calls from reporters, and everyone that I've ever met in my life is texting me and reaching out. Total grifters. This is just like, it's overwhelming. It's complete, absolute chaos and nonsense.
Emily Heller, thank you very much for sharing your perspective and your video with us and helping us fill in some of the details here based on what you remember seeing. We really appreciate your time here on NBC, Emily.
Yep, thanks.
If we have Julia Ainsley, I want to go back to her, or Jim Kavanaugh, because what you heard from that eyewitness there, filling in some of the discussion around this. You heard Tom Winter. Again, he was raising the specter of whether this was a one-way street. Again, relevant because of the way that the car then angles to potentially continue on? Again, a lot of questions here. And Jim, I'll get to you on that. But Julia, your initial impressions here, because again, with this operation that had been happening in Minneapolis, we know had been going on for a couple of days, and you heard that eyewitness, Emily, describe a protest at this scene where this happened that was activated in the last couple of minutes before the shooting.
Yeah, and I mean, Hallie, what an incredible interview. There were so many details that just got filled in for us. And I'm also, as she was speaking, I started reaching out to sources to see if it's common not to allow medics to examine someone who's been a victim of a law enforcement involved shooting. I'd be interested in Jim's take on that as well. But when she mentioned the protests, there was an earlier witness I saw interviewed just on the show before this, where they said that there were also people who would come out, that this is near a local school, and so they came out to make sure that children could get to school safely. That's something I saw when I was on the ground in Charlotte, North Carolina, when Border Patrol had an enhanced presence there in November. And so sometimes what can look like protest is also just a way of a neighborhood watch. She mentioned the whistles. That's been a common thing we've seen in communities. They handed those out in New Orleans and Chicago and Charlotte in order to alert neighbors in the area. It's sort of a way that people who think that they might not get targeted can alert others that they may get targeted. I also thought it was interesting, though, that this was a purposeful but peaceful protest. That's something we really weren't able to square quite yet until that interview, Hallie, because that line that the car was straddling is a parking line. So it could have been, I thought, potentially someone who was trying to pull out from being parked legally on the side of the road. But that witness said that she does believe that this car was parked perpendicular, in order to block the ICE officers from coming through. I think that was key just to understanding the friction in the situation. Again, not taking sides of who was right or who was wrong here. Also, the fact that the officer yelled, "Stop." That's something we haven't been able to hear as much of. A lot of the audio we get really comes from the person who's holding the phone. Obviously, they're very loud and close to their phone and shouting. But it's something that the president said in his Truth Social post, that he talked about a lot of the screaming he heard. It's also interesting and notable that the officer did tell her to stop and then fired. Just more details as we're getting in to understand this tense situation that we're only seeing seconds of, that I thought was really notable. But again, really curious to see what Jim has to say, and if it's common for law enforcement to block what would be a Good Samaritan physician from trying to administer aid if they do have a professional on the way, although she mentioned it was a 15-minute wait.
Julia Ainsley, thank you for that. Jim Kavanaugh, in the minute we have left, your thoughts here.
Yeah, well, every law enforcement agency has to render aid to any injured person on the site of a shooting like this. Any kind of a shooting, any kind of a violent activity, they have to administer first aid. That's part of the protocol of every law enforcement officer. So I think ICE deserves some criticism here. Even an agent should do that. Every agent should do that. Every agent is trained in first aid. So there should be somebody there that examines the victim. Now it's possible that they went over there and looked and there's no chance of survival at all. That can happen as well. I mean, a shot between the eyes or something, and there's just really nothing you can do. Okay. The physician, again, that's a call. Are you there? Can you render aid, CPR? Then you could let the physician help you. You're not preserving a crime scene. You're trying to preserve a life. And as it turns out, Hallie, paramedics carry the victim out, according to your witness, by their arms and legs. So the scene is disrupted anyway. You always render aid. So I should really make sure they're doing that. We'll have to see what they say about it. Mm-hmm.
Jim Kavanaugh, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and a thanks to all of our team who's been working on reporting this story out, including on the ground there in Minneapolis. A lot more to get through here on the show. We're going to sneak in a quick break, but we'll be right back. developments today in the West with new details in Nick Reiner's murder case, with his super high-profile defense attorney now stepping down, but promising the legal process will reveal what he says are the real facts of the murder of Rob and Michelle Reiner. Watch.
Pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that. Print that.
All of this happening during what was supposed to be Nick Reiner's arraignment that's now been delayed for about another month or so till late February. These are sketches of him in court today. You see him in that brown prison jumpsuit. He's now got, with his attorney gone, he's now got a newly appointed public defender who says she needs more time to figure out and sort through what happens next. All of it complicating a case that was already complex. Of course, less than a month ago that Rob and Michelle Reiner were found stabbed to death in their home in Los Angeles. Reiner, of course, basically Hollywood royalty. Nick Reiner, their son, is now facing 2 counts of first-degree murder, with prosecutors requesting that those charges be considered under special circumstances. He has not yet entered a plea. Morgan Chesky is joining us now. Morgan, you were in court as this all happened, and it moved quickly. It was kind of confusing because the expectation going in that there may have been some plea entered, perhaps not guilty by reason of insanity, that had been speculated about, and then this very startling moment with Reiner's now former high-profile lawyer.
Yeah, Hallie, there was certainly the big question, will he plea or won't he plea? I don't think many people had this as a consideration whatsoever, but when we saw Jackson approach that plexiglass barrier and speak with Reiner for about 5 minutes and then go into the chambers along with the rest of the defense team with the judge for 10 minutes or so, the questions began growing. And then when he emerged and made that stunning announcement that he would no longer be representing Nick Reiner, there was definitely an audible sense of stunned reporters and other people there inside that courtroom. He mentioned that the public defender had been notified the day prior. And so, as you said, now they have 1 month to kind of consider and look at the evidence that his team has had 3.5 weeks or so to acquire and gather since the slayings of Rob and Michelle Reiner. I want you to hear a little bit more of what Alan Jackson had to say following this big news.
Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control, have dictated that, sadly, it's made it impossible for us to continue our representation of Nick.
Now, certainly that line will be parsed and scrutinized in the days and weeks to come here, Hallie. I want to go back to something that Jackson said in that first soundbite that you played, where he said, pursuant to the laws here in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of these murders. That is something to think on going forward, because we know, as you mentioned, Nick Reiner's mental health has been a big question. We have heard that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and that he had changed medications, according to sources, prior to these murders at some point. Not only that, but the judge had signed a sealed medical order that was tied to this case. We don't know exactly what it entailed, but that has happened in the last several weeks as well. We have learned over the last 48 hours or so that Reiner was taken off suicide watch, but he continues to be monitored incredibly closely inside that correctional facility here. So as it stands right now, Jackson making this statement leaves the courthouse today. We have a public defender with that new February 23rd case. I did ask Jackson as he walked away, Hallie, if one of the reasons he was stepping away from representing Reiner is due to some sort of compensation related issue. He did not answer that. We do know that he is certainly not an inexpensive hire when it comes to a defense attorney, having represented Karen Reed in the past. She was accused of murdering her boyfriend and later acquitted. So it will be very interesting to see where this legal saga goes from here, and if we're going to continue to hear these questions regarding psychiatric testing and things of that nature that have already risen to the surface so far.
Morgan Chesky, live for us there in L.A. Morgan, thank you very much. I know you'll be staying on this story as it continues to develop with that next court date coming up next month. Thank you. Let's take you down to Latin America with protests right now in Colombia as the president there calls on people to rally against President Trump, who, as you know, has been threatening the potential for military action there after everything that went down in Venezuela over the course of the last 5 days or so. This is a live look now from Bogota, and you can see those demonstrations, people gathering there. Again, live 5:43 there, 5:43 in the east as well, with the U.S. moves in the region escalating tensions, not just there, not just in Greenland, but also with Russia, after U.S. troops seized a Russian-flagged oil tanker and a different one linked to Venezuela earlier today in a dramatic operation you see playing out here. The U.S. says the ships violated their oil blockade, but the Kremlin over in Moscow is accusing the U.S. of breaking maritime law. All of it comes after President Trump ordered Venezuela to turn over 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. That's like billions of dollars, basically, if you're going to translate that into money. The president's going to meet with oil executives at the White House.
1,000+ ICE agents, DHS says, that have descended upon this city here in the last few days. DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, calling it their largest operation ever. And obviously there's the backdrop of the fraud allegations here and the recent history of ICE targeting the Somali community here. And we've been covering that as it's been happening. But now this has really kind of reached this boiling point that today, we use this phrase a lot, but truly boiled over in this tragic, violent way. And we've been talking to people here. I talked to women earlier, one man who's a doctor, and he said point blank, I don't really come to things like this. He said, I'm not one that shows up at protests. I haven't really been involved. I've been following the news. But he said, I haven't come to anything like this. But he said, I watched that video, and he told me recently, in the last week or so, he saw a woman being taken into custody by ICE, and he said, I yelled something out my car window, and when I saw the video of what happened to, now we know, Renee, today, he said, it really hit me. In his words, that could have been me. He said, I felt like I was exercising my First Amendment rights by yelling something at the ICE officers, but he said everybody in this city is really scared and Hallie really angry, as you can hear.
Maggie Vespa, right in the thick of it there on the ground for us in Minneapolis, as we're seeing a live look now of that memorial, of that vigil. Maggie, thank you very much for being there and for your reporting. We'll keep that live shot up here for just a second, and I want to bring in Jim Kavanaugh here, because, Jim, we've talked about the questions around the shooting. Secretary Noem, when she speaks in the next couple of minutes, may or may not answer some of those questions. What are the first things you're looking for?
Well, she shouldn't be definitive on the outcome of the investigation. I mean, none of us can really say with absolute certainty. We can try to analyze what we see one way or the other. There's some points either way. It's going to take a thorough investigation, all the body cam, car cam footage, footage from citizens, interviews with the officers and witnesses, to be able to make the determination if this was a justified use of deadly force. And just to close, Hallie, all leaders, law enforcement leaders especially, should be damping this down, calling for calm. I mean, really, that's what you want. I mean, the president, the governor, secretaries, directors, chiefs, calm this down. I mean, pull those agents out. You don't need this right now. Let the whole city calm down. Just stop this for a while. Let an investigation happen. Just calm it down. Our duty as leaders in law enforcement is to calm things down. And that really should be what everybody's doing.
Jim, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by, but I want to go to that point here. You're teeing us up for Monica Alba, because, Mon, we heard from the state's governor, Tim Walz, just in the last maybe 2-3 hours here, who did just that, called for calm. Said people have a right to peacefully protest. He said he didn't want to have people not peacefully protest, but he wanted to be clear that he wanted that done in a way that was appropriate to the moment here. I want to play a little bit more of what else the governor had to say here.
What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV. And today that recklessness cost someone their life.
Governor Walz made clear that he felt angry with how this has unfolded.
Hallie, and there is so much to unpack, the layers of this, the complexity of just the political back and forth and the really intense, at times heated rhetoric on a whole host of items between Governor Walz and between President Trump. But that today, I think, do crystallize in how you are seeing both of these men react to what we are still learning information about. And we should just be really precise and clear about that, which you guys have. We are still learning information minute by minute, hour by hour of what happened. And as different angles emerge, you had the President of the United States posting one particular angle, and he did write on True Social that he believed that the ICE officer, who he said was recovering in the hospital, shot this woman, he alleges, in self-defense, and said that he was lucky to be alive. He really pretty much took issue with what the woman was doing in the car. Again, everybody can watch those videos for themselves and make their own determination, and that's what these inquiries and these probes will do. But the White House really, of course, taking this moment to side with and embrace ICE, posting all over social media from top accounts that they stand with ICE. And you had the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, very early on, as this was still emerging publicly, posting another angle of that video and simply writing domestic terrorism. So I think you have a sense of where their conversation is going to be on all of this, as certainly Democrats and you're seeing critics of the Trump administration and the White House really focus on trying to call out DHS's actions here, these immigration enforcement operations that haven't just been seen in Minneapolis, but throughout the country and some other cities as well. And this will be a larger conversation about the politics of all of this, about some of these decisions that the president has ordered and has had his top cabinet officials enact and execute, again, in various places. But part of the response that you are seeing in Minneapolis over the last couple of days in this scaled up operation and presence of law enforcement agents is connected to these allegations that the White House has really been amplifying of what they call fraud in child care centers and related to potential other fraud in the state of Minnesota overall. And they have been really trying to draw attention to that. They have definitely put resources into that. HHS has frozen some funding related to that in the state and in some other states as well. So there's a larger, again, more complicated conversation about all of this. But the president was the one who did react and posted that lengthy True Social post. But we haven't seen him on camera today, Hallie. He didn't have any public or open events. And instead, I think you're going to see the White House here deferring to Secretary Noem, to the Department of Homeland Security. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have spoken throughout the day today, as they both have been briefed on this in real time. Hallie.
And all of this, Monica, and you make the important point here about all the layers, about the many pieces to this, as these ICE operations have happened in other cities. This has been a real priority for the Trump administration and a priority for the president even before he took office, when he was campaigning.
Absolutely. This is certainly something that the president said he was going to be judged on two things when he took office this second term. He said it was going to be on immigration and what he does on that front, and on high prices. Those were his two markers. And when it comes to immigration, you have really seen the president at certain times completely tout what he feels he's been able to achieve when it comes to the southern border, when it comes to just the low number of migrants who have crossed through that kind of port of entry or through that down through the border with Mexico. But there is a continued and really a pretty intense call throughout the Trump administration that you see from top officials to do even more when it comes to immigration. They are often promising and vowing that there is much work they believe left to be done. And you did see specifically with Minnesota some of these claims that were not backed with any evidence, going after largely the Somali population there in the Twin Cities. And we knew that those operations were going to take place in terms of immigration and federal resources, again, in the last couple of weeks, as we had seen a shift from places like you saw, throughout the country and in other areas where they had put a lot of different resources. And it's a situation, Hallie, where it's constantly evolving week to week. Sometimes there's a new city, a new area of focus as different officials have moved that. But it remains a top priority, and one that this president certainly says he's going to continue focusing on.
Monica Alba live for us there at the White House. Mon, thank you very much. As we're taking a live look now at Minneapolis, at that vigil at the site of that ICE-involved shooting. Again, a residential neighborhood. You see it here. Our Maggie Vespo reporting earlier that hundreds of people have been gathering as that vigil essentially builds. And I want to show you another piece of live video here. It's that news conference where we expect to hear from Secretary Noem. You might have noticed, some action at the microphone there. That's typically what happens before an official would come out, a cabinet member like this. So we expect to see her sometime, we think, in the next couple of minutes. We will bring that to you live. As we wait for her to speak, I want to go to Julia Ainsley, because one of the things that we've seen, Julia, and our reporters to this point have made this point, the various angles of what has happened here. This is an instance where the images are there. The images exist. We have been and are seeing those images. We may get more angles, and we may get body-worn cameras from these ICE agents as well, at least at some point down the road.
Could be. Of course, it's not a policy that they have to wear body-worn cameras. There's only about 25% of ICE officers who do have body-worn cameras because they were distributed as part of a pilot program under the Biden administration. But in this administration, even with all the money from the big, beautiful bill that made ICE the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, they did not put any of that money toward body-worn cameras. Now, it could be that we do get other perspectives. Of course, we want to see what the officer was encountering when he decided to use his weapon. But Hallie, one thing that came to mind recently, especially as we saw the candles lit up for that vigil, I had a reflection back to a conversation I had with an ICE officer who decided to leave ICE this summer. This was someone who did not have a hard political view one way or the other about what ICE carries out, but they said that someone was going to get killed. That was the words this person used when they talked to me, that they said that they were being pushed so hard to increase arrests, to meet quotas. Remember, Stephen Miller gave ICE a daily quota of 3,000 across the country, which they've really never been able to meet. But they're being pushed so hard to meet it that this person was worried someone might get killed. And those words played back in my head today, especially watching that vigil, that I don't think we thought an American citizen would be the ones killed. And this was not a woman that was being targeted by ICE. Now, it does appear she was part of a peaceful protest trying to block their cars from moving forward. But this isn't the way I think a lot of people expected these scenarios to play out when President Trump promised on the campaign trail last year that he would carry out the largest mass deportation force in American history, that there would be American citizens caught up in this and lives endangered. And so I think that as Secretary Noem takes the podium, there will be questions, even if they're not the ones she's asked, but about how ICE's actions impact not just people who have violated the immigration laws of this country, which many voters chose to put President Trump in this position because they felt strongly that people should not be in the country illegally and that they should be deported. But can she answer questions about how these operations affect a community, how they're affecting American citizens? There have been countless American citizens that have been arrested and detained by ICE, something that Noem has repeatedly denied, despite widespread reporting to the contrary and people sharing their own accounts. And so I think that's really what's at the heart of what you're seeing on the streets of Minneapolis and what Noem will be pressed on tonight as she takes the podium now.
Is Secretary Kristi Noem. Let's listen into her remarks. Julia Ainsley, thank you, as she is in Minneapolis.
I want to start out by addressing the loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Frye's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Frye refuse to protect Minnesotans and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we are here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, Mayor Frye called the claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family. I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate. No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Secretary, have ICE operations paused because of what happened today?
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
Can you give us any insight into your conversation with the governor?
You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here. And he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis. Over here.
Do you stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved. I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation. When I was just here yesterday, we arrested individuals who were charged with criminal assault and sexual assault and people that exploited children. Why would you want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren. And that's simply not true. He said that to me on the phone, too, so I'll get him the documentation that he needs so that he knows that we would love to coordinate with him. He doesn't give us access to any information on criminals, let us know who he's detained, doesn't honor our detainers, and has individuals and criminals in his jurisdiction that he won't turn over us today, too. Yes.
Can you explain the difference between that instance and today? Was a firearm discharged then? If not, what was the difference?
I won't speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details and the information on that. But the facts of the matter is he's an experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today. You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons. This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated. People are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt peace and public safety. And Americans deserve better. That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we know we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe again. With that, we had law enforcement officers that were out there doing an enforcement action, and a vehicle got stuck in the snow, and so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene. I won't speak to that.
Was they on the target that person may be committed that you were going after?
Mm-mm.
Well, body camera.
I will let the FBI decide.
Were they on target today when they were in that neighborhood?
They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed one. Well, thank you. What's that? I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using. But remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model, and we appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations. With that, we'll get you more information as it is revealed, but thank you and everybody. Let's work together to make sure that we can continue to help the city be safer, get more criminals off the streets, and ensure that our public has the opportunity to pursue the American dream in a city they can be proud of. Thank you.
You have been listening to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem shaking hands with officials in the room there after taking questions from reporters in the room there in Minneapolis about that ICE-involved shooting there. A woman shot and killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis as she's walking out of the room. And a couple of key pieces of information here. She defended the agent who fired those shots. You're seeing some of the video here as we're joined now by Jim Kavanaugh and Julia Ainsley as well, and said specifically that the woman who was killed had been stalking and impeding the work of ICE agents who were, as she said, returning back from an operation, and then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle in an attempt to cause bodily harm. That is what Secretary Kristi Noem is saying as we're showing that video as she's speaking there. She also said that the officer who fired the shots had been involved in at least one other, which she described as vehicle ramming in the past, a couple of months ago in June, that person was hit but is out of the hospital. Not clear, obviously, if it was, she didn't make it sound clear if it was before or after the shots were fired. We will work on getting more clarity on that piece of it as you're watching the video here. It appears as though that officer is standing in the road, although again, the video images, we're just looking through them. We're looking at what we can see in the facts as laid out in front of us here. ICE is not going to be pausing operations in Minneapolis. The secretary was clear about that as she said that she and Governor Walz had what she described as two different viewpoints, in her words, about what exactly transpired here, with heavy criticism from the governor of Minnesota, from the mayor of Minneapolis about the administration's response and about this officer-involved shooting here. Let me bring in now this ICE-involved shooting, Julia Ainsley here, because the secretary was very clear to say that this woman who was killed, in the words of Secretary Noem, proceeded to weaponize her vehicle. And Julia, that kind of language is critical when it comes to the question that we've been talking about here of self-defense.
That's right. She said that she used her vehicle as a weapon, which she said repeatedly is an act of domestic terrorism, that she was purposefully ramming these people with the intent to kill or cause bodily harm. I'm just looking down at my notes so I get her words precisely. Hallie, that's a little bit of a derivation from what she said earlier today at the border in Texas, where she said that as these people were, as the ICE officers were digging their cars out of the snow, that this woman approached them. Obviously, so much video has come out since then. That narrative can no longer hold up. And so now she's saying they were getting their car out of the snow, but she was impeding them from leaving the scene. And then that's when they came up to her vehicle. But that still making her the aggressor in this scenario is something she very clearly did. Another thing she said very clearly, she said she hit him. She wanted it to be clear that this man was struck, as you could see, and I believe you just pointed this out, that he does appear to be walking in the road after the car turns and heads off and runs into that light pole. But she says that he was actually hit. I thought that was something to note. I also just wanted to call your attention to someone who was standing directly beside her. He was one of the last people to leave the room. He was wearing an all-green Border Patrol uniform, and that is Greg Bavino. He is now known as the commander, a new position of Border Patrol. He's the one who led those operations in LA and Chicago. A lot of things he's done has been put under the spotlight, called in federal courts for going beyond the extent that law enforcement can legally go. He's thrown tear gas canisters into crowds in Chicago when people have come to protest exactly things like this. ICE, or in his case, Border Patrol, going into vehicles of people who were trying to leave the scene. And so his presence here means something, Hallie, because we didn't know. In fact, I've been trying to get that detail today of whether or not Greg Bavino was on the ground in Minneapolis. And his presence means, we knew Border Patrol was there, but his presence can mean that if there are protests that escalate as a result of this, we are likely to see Border Patrol crack down harshly, just as they did, just as he led those efforts in Chicago. That's something I'm watching for next, how his presence in this situation may escalate what we see next.
Julia, hang tight for a second. I want to go to Jim here because, Jim, we've played this video now a couple of times, and I want to, again, Secretary Noem said that there was an attempt to cause bodily harm here, as Julia has laid out. When you look at that video, I'll ask our team to pull it back up. Is there enough, in your view, as a veteran of law enforcement here, is there enough evidence to show that based on the angles of the images we've seen so far, knowing that these are literally the early hours of the investigation?
Well, I think it is hard to determine the mindset. I mean, she's saying that this person was actively involved in harassing the ICE agents, so she must be deriving her motive from those facts, which have not been really laid out for us, so we don't know exactly. But I would also put it this way. It matters not whether the secretary thinks she's a terrorist or whether she was an agitator or whatever she was. If you're the officer and a car's driving at you that clearly is disobeying the lawful commands of your fellow agent there, it doesn't matter if she's trying to run you over or trying to get away. It doesn't matter. If the car's coming at you and you perceive an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death, then you could have a justifiable use of force. So the officer who the car is approaching, if this is exactly where his position was, he has the right to use deadly force. Now, if he wasn't in that position, I think the more important thing that the secretary said was he went to the hospital, he was treated and released. So if the vehicle did hit the agent, there should be some bruising on his leg or his side, and that may be an important fact in the case. I mean, if there's some injuries or bruising, on his side or, he was hurt, that might go to his positioning. And again, there was the video we talked about earlier today from a distance where it shows the officer right close to the front of the car. We couldn't see the positioning, but maybe that can be zoomed in and still photographed. So all of that's going to go to the investigation. But just close, Hallie, the thing I appreciate the secretary standing up for the agents. That's always what the leader wants to do. But I do think that, not trying to damp this whole thing down in the city is a mistake. The Minneapolis police have less than 600 officers, And you brought in 2,000 federal agents to do this. It's really, really ramped up heavy enforcement tactics here. And on the heels of this, I mean, what I would rather see is, cooler heads prevail. And, the real leadership of let's damp this down a little bit. So I was disappointed in that.
Jim, we're glad to have your perspective. As Secretary Noem noted, the FBI is investigating. There will be that investigation that is conducted here into the events and the circumstances around this, as there have been these questions that have been raised about it. We've seen these videos, and I want to play now a new video that's just into us. I'm being told by our team that these are the moments before the shooting happened. I'm going to play it here. We're all going to watch it together for the first time here. Again, cleared by our NBC News team. Here's that video. Again, these are the moments before the shooting. Okay, there's that video there. You don't see the shooting itself, but it gives you a sense of what we had heard from some on the ground here, that there was whistles, protests, demonstrations. Julia, I know that sound will be familiar to you as ICE was carrying out this operation, apparently in this residential neighborhood or near it. Secretary Noem said they were on their way back. And then that maroon SUV that is obviously at the center of this, that woman who was killed was driving, is there stopped in the road. And we had heard this categorized by an eyewitness earlier, Julia, as part of the peaceful protest here, as part of that demonstration. Secretary Noem says that based on what she understands from this, there was an impediment to the operation that ICE was carrying out.
I thought that was interesting, Hallie, because she also says that they were on their way back from carrying out an operation back to the headquarters. And it seems that the way this neighborhood is responding is to a very active, ongoing ICE operation, unless they have followed these vehicles from wherever they did the arrest all the way to this place, or maybe it was nearby. But those whistles, very familiar. We've talked about this, that is something that's being passed around communities where they want to alert their neighbors that ICE is in the area. on. So that's what you're hearing. Now, the horns may be coming from the ICE vehicles themselves. I would like to know that because I think that would also be another warning that this woman was given. It does appear that she's hanging out there for a while, which is why this video is really important. It's not that she was simply on the side and then moving her car out of the way. It does seem that this was an intentional way to block ICE from doing their work here. The question is this the way this should have been handled? We also heard Maggie Vespa quoting the mother's interview with the local paper there, saying that she thinks her daughter was just terrified, that she may have come out for a protest, but when she saw the officers come to her car, her flight response may have kicked in. But either way, I mean, as Jim points out, if a vehicle is moving toward an officer and the officer feels in danger, firing doesn't matter whether or not she's trying to run over him or trying to get away. That officer's making that split-second decision. I think what matters is, could that officer have approached the vehicle? Could there have been a de-escalation to this in a different way?
Can I ask you, Julia, because one of the things we heard from Secretary Noem is she said that there have been 4 different vehicle rammings. I believe she said just in Minneapolis alone today.
Yeah, she said 4 total across the country, 3 of those in Minneapolis. Okay. I'm assuming she's counting this as 1, which means 2 others just in Minneapolis today. And I started thinking, why is this so common? She's basically painting the picture that this is this new form of protest and really what she's calling a new form of domestic terrorism to do a vehicle ramming. Now, typically, if you're covering law enforcement and you hear about a vehicle ramming, you think of something like New Orleans, New Year's Eve, a year ago, where someone is purposely driving their car, using it as a vehicle into a crowd to kill as many people as possible. What we've seen in a lot of these vehicle rammings is that ICE and Border Patrol are approaching a lot of people in vehicles. We've seen people be dragged out of their vehicles, sometimes even as they're showing documentation that they are a U.S. citizen and should not be arrested for an immigration violation. And so it could be, just as we hear that assaults are up on ICE officers, what I hear from folks I talk to is that they feel less safe because they're going further. If they're approaching cars more often, maybe more people are trying to get away, and those vehicle rammings are increasing. I don't have any specifics about the other vehicle rammings that she's talking about today, but I do know it's a more common practice that we've just seen in this administration, that ICE officers and Border Patrol agents are approaching more people in their vehicles than we've seen in the past.
Julia Ainsley, thank you. I'm going to ask you to hang for a second because Maggie Vespa is back with us now on the ground there in Minneapolis. As Maggie, we are learning more now about the woman who was killed in Minneapolis today.
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune identifying her as Renee Nicole Good, 37 years old, according to multiple U.S. Officials and lawmakers, that she was a U.S. citizen. And local officials here saying they think this is important, that she was absolutely not the target of ICE operations here in the area. People have been chanting her name in this crowd behind me. You saw this protest here in the last hour. It's grown significantly since then. You can see her there, her mother telling the Star-Tribune that, in her words, it was so stupid, the circumstances in which she was killed, and that, quote, her daughter was probably terrified. Her name, again, ringing through this crowd as people kind of circulate the video, talk about the video, check with each other on what did you see in the video. We've been asking people in this crowd, what did you see when you saw the video? And the incredibly consistent through line is that no one that we've spoken to agrees with the Trump administration's characterization of what they say happened here earlier today. We're at the intersection where this shooting took place. The Trump administration, of course, saying that ICE officer was firing in self-defense. As we now know, Renee Good drove toward him. People out here say they don't see someone trying to hit an ICE officer with their car. They see, we had multiple people tell us this, they believe they saw someone trying to get away, someone trying to steer away from the officer and flee the scene as multiple officers surrounded her car, the one who eventually fired stepping in front of it, which you can see in the vehicle. So a lot of anger at ICE in this crowd, and a lot of, again, people just learning in real time about the woman who was now killed here today, and obviously will be a focal point on top of everyone's mind here as this historic DHS ICE operation continues to unfold in this city that now truly, Hallie, feels under siege, I can tell you.
In Minneapolis, Maggie, has been the center of a national flashpoint before. You heard Secretary Noem allude to it in that news conference there. This scene just blocks, I believe, from where George Floyd was killed. And Maggie, when you look at the calls for calm that we've heard from Governor Walz, from the mayor as well, and I think we may have lost Maggie. I was going to go back to her if she has this, just on the vibe of the protest, if they've remained largely peaceful. Do we have Maggie or do we lose her? We lost her, but we do have Tom Winter back with us. Tom Winter, our senior national security correspondent here. So, Tom, let me bring you into the conversation here after Secretary Noem's news conference. And we've talked about those calls as night falls there in Minneapolis for things to stay peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the big call. Obviously, Minneapolis has been a flashpoint for protests before. We spoke about it earlier today when we're seeing the videos of the snowballs being thrown, when we've heard from local law enforcement officials there. Chief Brian O'Hara, the Minneapolis Police Department, saying this vehicle was blocking the ICE officers. And so that's going to be a question going forward as far as what the various investigations find. But I think this investigation now being led by the FBI out of policy is going to have to focus on a number of different things. The challenge for this, and the reason why I bring up the investigation, Hallie, is that these investigations take time. Look at this video, for instance. What is being said here? Is there anything being said by the woman in the car? Is she indicating panic? Is she indicating malice? We don't know any of those things. It's going to take a long time, if we ever get those answers, for that to be figured out. In the meantime, as we just saw with our colleague Maggie Vespa, the nerves, the emotions, it's very raw, it's very real, and it's very much on the ground there in Minneapolis. And that's going to be a challenge for law enforcement going forward. And then, obviously, what does ICE do from here? I mean, I think there's going to be questions about ICE's policy. Do these things need to be conducted in the daytime in a very visible way? People have been protesting that. When you have live law enforcement operations, there's always going to be a gun there. Whether somebody brings a gun or not, there's always going to be a gun there because the officers themselves are armed. That's what police always tell us. So a lot of things to be concerned about here.
Tom Winter, our thanks to you, to Julia Ainsley, to Maggie Vespa, to Jim Kavanaugh. We appreciate all of your reporting and your analysis. Coming up right after this quick break, we're going to hear more from an eyewitness on what she saw as this scene unfolded. That's next. We are back with more from Minneapolis, where officials have been calling for calm, with protesters, with demonstrators turning out to this vigil that you are seeing here on the left side of your screen after a woman in Minneapolis was shot and killed by an ICE officer in what the Trump administration says was an act of self-defense by that ICE agent. The mayor of Minneapolis has called that BS. I want to play our conversation from last hour with an eyewitness who watched it happen. Emily, it's Hallie. Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Thank you for being with us. Can you tell us, first of all, where you were and what you saw?
I was standing on my front porch. Was just making breakfast, and I heard the commotion. I heard the honking and the whistles. My neighborhood has had a really well-organized response to the ICE raids, and so I knew when I heard whistles there was ICE nearby. So I was standing on my front porch, hadn't even put shoes on yet, and within probably 60 seconds of me standing on my front porch, the protester was shot in the face in front of my house almost immediately.
Can you tell me, Emily, and I'm sure, I know this has been an incredibly, I'm sure, emotional day for you, what happened in the moments leading up to this? So in other words, when you talk about those 60 seconds, so if I understand it correctly, it was clear there was some sort of demonstration before you walked outside, right? Because you could hear the whistles. And when you walked out, what specifically was happening in the street?
There was a convoy of ICE vehicles, maybe 6 or 7. And some of the ICE agents had gotten out of their vehicles, and some of the protesters, some of them were on foot. The woman who was shot was in a Honda Pilot, and she was parked perpendicular to traffic. She was blocking traffic as part of her peaceful protest, and the ICE agents were telling her to move, 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 and just seemed totally chaotic. The protesters seemed way more organized than the ICE agents did. It was totally chaotic, and the ICE agents were telling her to move, 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 and then they approached her vehicle and grabbed her, the driver's side door to try to open it and pull her out, I imagine. And then that's when she, I'm sure, got spooked, and she started to reverse. She reversed a little bit so she could angle her wheels it's a one-way, so she could only go out one way, and she reversed. And then she started to accelerate forward, and then one of the ICE agents stepped in front of her and yelled, "Stop," and leaned over the hood of her car and shot her in the face. It was about 3 or 4 shots.
Emily, this level of detail is, I think, helpful as we are looking at some of the videos you're describing it. So I want to repeat this back to you. Because you described the woman who was killed as a protester. Can you, to be clear, it sounds as though you're saying she was in her car protesting by blocking the convoy of ICE or federal vehicles that was coming up this one-way street. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're showing the video now where you describe her angling her wheels and pulling off. What happened in the moments after? What did you see in those moments?
I heard the pops, and then it's like she just put her foot on the gas, like fully, and drove off, and she sped off, and immediately you could tell from the shots it was fatal. There was no way she was going to survive, but she immediately hit a lamppost, and then ran into some cars as well, and then she was just sitting in her car, slumped over, and by this point I had gotten my shoes on. I was outside recording. I believe it was a neighbor who showed up, and he was saying he was a medic, or he was a physician, and he wanted to administer CPR. And at this point, it was just ICE agents, and they were extremely rude and just told him to shut up and get back. We don't care. We have our own EMS coming. And it took 15 minutes for EMS to arrive. And then when they did arrive, they couldn't get through with the ambulance. So they just came on foot and then examined her for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then they carried her out by her limbs like a sack of potatoes. There was no stretcher. They had to walk her to the corner to get closer to the ambulance.
Emily, we're showing some of the video that you provided here, some of the video that you're talking about, the neighbor apparently, or the person you said that was saying, "I'm a physician," et cetera. So we're seeing that interaction as you're talking. How long had this protest, the whistles, the convoy that you heard, how long had the demonstration been going on before you stepped outside? Do you have any sense of that?
It was pretty quick because I had just come downstairs, so it was maybe a couple of minutes. I think they had been mobile, and then when she parked her car, she had successfully disrupted their mission.
Was she with anybody?
Apparently there was someone in her car earlier, but by the time I was outside, there was no one else in her car. She was alone.
Okay. How are you doing now, Emily?
Just running on adrenaline.
Yeah. What's your street like at the moment?
There's a vigil happening. There's people gathering. There's a lot of people just coming out to grieve together.
Can you give us a sense when and I know you've had conversations with your neighbors, with your village, with your community here, of how people are feeling in Minneapolis? We heard from your mayor, the city mayor, who called the actions here and the description from the Trump administration BS. He told ICE to get the F out, essentially, using that language, as you know, Emily. What is it like in the city based on your interactions with the people around you?
I don't know. I'm just getting bombarded with calls from reporters, and everyone that I've ever met in my life is texting me and reaching out. Total grifters. This is just like, it's overwhelming. It's complete, absolute chaos and nonsense.
Emily Heller, thank you very much for sharing your perspective and your video with us and helping us fill in some of the details here based on what you remember seeing. We really appreciate your time here on NBC, Emily.
Yep, thanks.
And that's a wrap for us for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up right now.
Breaking tonight, the deadly clash in Minneapolis, an ICE officer shooting a woman in her car, the government claiming self-defense during the Trump administration's biggest immigration crackdown yet. The fatal shooting captured from multiple angles. Officers approaching the SUV, shots fired as the car moves forward. The government says she was driving at the officer, chaos erupting. Protesters in a standoff with ICE, some officers pelted with snow. The woman just identified as President Trump defends the shooting. The Minneapolis mayor pushing back. We'll speak with him live. Also tonight, U.S. forces seize 2 Venezuelan oil tankers. The Coast Guard rappelling onto a vessel. Our new reporting on how the U.S. plans to control Venezuela's oil. What is the president's endgame? The major change to food recommendations. The Trump administration now urging Americans to eat more protein and full-fat dairy, including butter. Los Angeles marking 1 year since the deadly and catastrophic wildfires. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass joins us tonight as residents voice their frustrations over the slow rebuild. The violent confrontation caught on camera, police releasing video of a man they say fired shots at an LAPD helicopter. How the hours-long standoff came to an end. Terrifying tire blowout in a plane landing at the nation's busiest airport. What went wrong? And the life-saving catch, the moment a desperate mom had to drop her children from the second floor as her house burned, and the neighbor who was there to catch them. Plus the arrest just made after a burglary at an NFL star Shedeur Sanders' home. Top story starts right now. And good evening. We do begin tonight with a deadly ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. A woman shot and killed by a federal officer during an immigration operation, sparking chaos and division in the streets. Tonight, we'll show you what happened from several angles, all captured on video. Take a look. You can see officers approaching a car, one appearing to grab the door, another in front of the vehicle. When the driver accelerates, you see an officer shoot. Here's that chilling moment with sound. You can hear the chaos unfolding as the car drives off, crashing a few feet away. Another angle, you can see it here, showing the officer in front of the car appearing to get hit. Look closely. The Minneapolis police chief says the car was blocking the road at the time. And the Minnesota Star Tribune is reporting tonight the identity of the victim, Renee Nicole Good. Police say the 37-year-old woman died from the gunfire. The fatal incident fueling outrage in Minneapolis today. Videos of protesters confronting officers, getting pelted with tear gas and pepper spray. Crowds of demonstrators launching snowballs at federal vehicles. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem saying the officer fired, quote, defense shots. While Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says the narrative was, quote, garbage. In a moment, we'll speak with the mayor, and we'll go moment by moment with a law enforcement expert. But we want to begin tonight with Maggie Vespa on the ground in Minneapolis, where that deadly scene unfolded.
The deadly incident captured from multiple angles and sparking deeply divided opinions. The video starts with a driver who police say had been blocking the street. You see the driver gesturing at ICE officers, and they start approaching that dark-colored SUV, one going to the driver's side door. Another officer steps in front of the vehicle. Then the driver accelerates. Shots are fired. It continues to move, then collides with a parked car. In slow motion, you can see that officer again approaching, grabbing the door handle of the SUV. The driver first reverses, then accelerates, appearing to turn. That officer in front of the SUV then opens fire. The incident also shown from a higher reverse angle. Zooming in, you can see the ICE officer standing in front of the car when the driver accelerates and the officer opens fire. Tonight, police say the 37-year-old driver was killed.
This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement.
This video showing a woman who said she was the passenger.
Hey, was you riding with her?
Now, the Minneapolis Star-Tribune reporting the driver's mother identified her as Renee Nicole Good, saying, quote, "That's so stupid she was killed," and that she was probably terrified. Tonight, sharp divisions over what happened. The Department of Homeland Security defending the officer, posting the driver weaponized her vehicle by accelerating, and that an ICE officer, fearing for his life, fired defensive shots.
It was an act of domestic terrorism. A woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him.
But Minneapolis's Democratic mayor slamming that explanation.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is this was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying.
Later, chaos. Officers using tear gas to disperse crowds who were also seen throwing snow at officers.
We're scared in a way that, what do we do? How do we respond to this?
The mayor now demanding ICE stop enforcing immigration law in the city.
To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
As ICE says it's facing a 1,300% surge in assaults on its officers.
This goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day.
Maggie, let's go back to that shooting incident. The videos of the incident have been seen all over the country. What are people there saying just behind you where the shooting happened?
Yeah, Tom, you can tell we have this massive crowd behind us. Several hundred, if not 1,000 people by this point. There's a lot of anger in this crowd at ICE. And people in this crowd, the biggest through line, they tell us they don't agree with the Trump administration's characterization of what happened here earlier today. And to that end, the president himself weighing in tonight, posting the driver, quote, viciously ran over an ICE officer who seems to have, his words, shot her in self-defense. Tom.
Maggie Vespa leading us off tonight. Mayor Jacob Fry joins us tonight from Minneapolis. Mayor Fry, we thank you for joining the show, and I am sorry it is under, once again, these horrific circumstances. You've been very vocal against the ICE operations in your city. I want to play a little bit of what you said about the incident today. Let's play it.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is.
So, Mayor, after seeing multiple angles now of that video, do you stand by what you said earlier?
Of course, I stand by what I said. I won't preempt the investigation that is presently underway, as the state has said that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will be helping to investigate this case. But look, I got two eyes. All of you do too. And you can see for yourself what happened was reckless. And by the way, entirely predictable, because we have been saying, the chief and I, vocally for, over a month, that somebody was going to get hurt or killed, whether that was a civilian, a police officer, a federal agent. When you deploy, in this case, thousands of agents to Minneapolis, to our state, with no clear plan, that don't understand constitutional law, that clearly can't even drive in the snow that well, yeah, you're going to get problems. And then when they treat people the way they've been treating them, and by the way, this is not like the first instance of horrific treatment. They were dragging a pregnant woman through the snow. We've seen them indiscriminately pulling Latino and Somali people off the street. That is not the way we behave in America. In Minneapolis, we're going to stand up for our community. And tragically, this instance of reckless federal behavior, again, has resulted in somebody getting killed.
Mayor, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just spoke. I want to play some of that sound and get your reaction on the other side. Here's what she had to say.
The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family.
Mayor, what do you say to that?
That does not sound to me like a person that believes what they are saying. I think she also mentioned that there was some form of, this was domestic terrorism that the victim was involved in. That would be the first instance of domestic terrorism that involved like a 4-point turn, that the victim was clearly trying to leave the situation and get out of there. And by the way, leaving a situation and getting out of there is neither domestic terrorism, nor is it trying to ram a federal agent. It's trying to leave. None of that, by the way, can justify use of deadly force under the law. You don't need a law degree to know that.
The governor mentioned earlier that he thought federal agents should have done more to help this woman. In the first video, the original video that has been put out there, you don't see agents, and obviously they had just been shot at. It was a traumatic scene, but you don't see any first aid immediately being administered. Did that trouble you? Did you notice that from the videos?
So I don't know that I've seen that exact video. I certainly have heard about it. And yeah, you know, one of the responsibilities, a duty of a law enforcement entity is to make sure that people aren't killed. And so even if that individual was the one who shot, first aid should be administered in the immediacy. You know, our police officers got there, and 2 of them were in the ambulance driving down to help as soon as they can and going to the hospital. And, you know, that's what they need to be doing. But no, from what I have seen in these videos, this is not an example of what any officer of the law should be doing.
People are going to be watching this video and they're going to say to themselves, you know, there's 2 sides, right? The side we're hearing from you and the side we're hearing from Kristi Noem. And they're going to say, listen, that officer was in front of the car. It looked like the woman was accelerating. She shouldn't have done that. Law enforcement training says that's a lethal weapon. You can use force. My question to you, though, what people don't understand, the context, and I'm not saying this is an excuse or a reason for any of this violence, but the temperature right now in Minneapolis, it's winter, but it is incredibly hot. How would you describe that to other Americans? Because your own governor was asked, is the state of Minnesota at war with the federal government? And that sort of stunned me that question could even be asked in 2026. But is that what the feeling is like over there?
Well, I'll tell you what the feeling is. And the feeling is that in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, we are going to rise above. We are going to be our best versions of self. We're going to be wrapping our arms around this family because obviously they are suffering. We're going to be standing up rock solid for our immigrant neighbors because they are getting targeted and attacked. And we're not going to take the bait. We know that the Trump administration is looking for any excuse to come in and deploy a whole bunch of military and occupying force on Minnesota and Minneapolis. That we know would be even more devastating for these very communities. And so we're going to be doing this right. We're going to meet a lot of hatred and divisiveness with love and unity. We're going to see all that the Trump administration is doing here, but then we're going to show our own brand of who we are as Americans, of who we are here in Minneapolis. We want to be an example for others to follow because, again, we need the entire country standing up to say that this isn't okay. You know, it's this this horrific killing that is not okay. It's also the fact that they are indiscriminately pulling Latino and Somali people off the street a whole lot of the time, and that is not how we work under our endurance of our republic depends on this.
Look, Mayor, I don't have your job. I don't know what you're going through day in, day out. I hear you talk about love as well, but I also heard something very real in your voice when you told ICE, get the F out. Do you still stand by that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course I stand by that. I mean, you know, I'm sorry to any of those that have these Disney princess ears that are totally offended, but I mean, for those that are saying that's inflammatory, the F-bomb is inflammatory, you know, if I'm going whether the F-bomb is the inflammatory piece here or the killing of a civilian, I think it's the killing of the civilian. That's the real inflammatory piece here. And, you know, yeah, I'm frustrated. We said it. I stand by it.
When ICE comes to your city, and there's more than 1,000 agents now in your state, do they tell your local police officers? Do they call your office? Do they say, hey, we're going to be here, just so you know our agents are here, they're not going to be in marked vehicles? I mean, is there any communication?
No, man, no. We've said very clearly that we will not coordinate with any federal agency around immigration enforcement work. And so, no, they don't tell us when, where, how.
But when you say we won't coordinate, if they were to call you, you wouldn't even take that call, Mayor? When you say we won't coordinate, if they were to call you, you wouldn't even take the call?
Oh, if they're going to call me and say we're coming in, obviously I'll take the information up, but we won't coordinate with them.
Where does your city go from here?
We go where we always go, up and forward. Look, Minneapolis, our whole country, has been through a lot over these last 5 years. We've had a series of turning points, and I think this is a particularly potent one, where, again, we can meet a lot of the hatred that we are seeing from this federal administration and the way they're conducting themselves with some truth, with some honesty, with some justice, and then a lot of compassion and love. That's where our city is standing.
Finally, what's your message tonight to President Trump and his supporters who said he campaigned on this, he said he was going to do this, and he won an election?
Well, look, winning an election does not mean that you get to violate the Constitution. Any Democrat, any Republican, certainly any professor of constitutional law should understand that a lot of the things that are going down right now are not okay. I mean, there's such a muzzle velocity of actions that are taking place that there's litigation that's trying to keep up with it. My message to President Trump is the same message that we delivered earlier today, which is get ICE out of this city. Look, we have done a lot of the work over the last several years to drive down crime. We've worked with our police officers. We've worked with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And right now, crime is dropping in virtually every category, in virtually every neighborhood. That is important work. But what is clear is that the actions that ICE is taking is not about keeping people safe. It's about terrorizing communities. It's about ripping families apart. It's about eating away at the very fabric that makes Minneapolis, and America, America. We got to stand up for the endurance of this republic right now. And for anybody that's watching, you're part of this too. You can be part of this movement to have this kind of thing stop from happening.
Mayor, just before we go, we're getting some new information now. We know that the woman who was shot and killed, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, have you been able to talk to her family by any chance? And can you make a promise here that this shooting will be fully investigated?
Yes, this shooting needs to be fully investigated. I know that I've heard from the state that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will be involved, and I think that's the right thing. I'm so sorry to this family. No, I have not talked with them yet. I need to. I know that my staff is working on getting the contact and everything. And, I mean, no, look, nothing that I can say here over the airways is going to be even remotely helpful. But we're with them. We're with them. We stand with them. We stand with this city. Let us all stand together.
Mayor Jacob Frey, we thank you for your time. We know this is a very difficult day, so we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me.
We also want to note that we reached out to the White House and the Department of Homeland Security to also join us, but they denied the request. So for more on the shooting and the video that's the source of much scrutiny tonight, I want to bring in retired NYPD Captain John Monahan. As you know, he is a good friend to Top Story. We're going to walk through the video and through the clips. Captain, it is great to see you as always. This is a very difficult case. We want to be mindful of everything that's happened. There's a lot we don't know. Let's roll the video for our viewers. We have shown this video time and time again, but we want to take it moment by moment. So we're going to start here. And if we can stop right here. Captain, so first, we see the officers approach. The Minneapolis police chief said she was blocking the federal officers, blocking the road. That's why they come out. They're in an unmarked vehicle, but they do have emergency lights on. They come out, and some can say they come kind of aggressively, right? And they grab and they open the door. Is that protocol? Why do you think they did that?
It looks like they're making an arrest. At this point, I would say she was under arrest. It's a very dangerous situation. And also, if you notice, the cop who did fire the shots, who was endangered, he's so far on the other side of that vehicle, they can't even see him in this video.
I'm not an expert here, but I'm just asking here. Should they not say license and registration? Why is it coming here? You know, some people could say aggressive and trying to open that door.
Asking for license and registration, that's ideal. This video, did it begin a few moments before this? There was an interaction. I think
there was some words exchanged.
Sure there was. And so that initial interaction on a professional level may have occurred already. Yeah. We're past that now.
And it'll be part of the investigation. Let's roll the video. No! She backs up here. You hear people screaming. Officers in front of the car. He fires, shooting a few times. We know at least one hit the windshield there. We have a reverse angle, too, if we can show that reverse angle as well. So we see over here in the screen the car in front. Captain, what do you see here? If you're watching this as an investigator, what are these video clips showing you?
Strip away everything except the basic facts. Uniformed ICE officer, let's call him a pedestrian, and a 2,000-pound vehicle lurching forward at that. This is a very dangerous situation. Is deadly force justified at that moment? Every penal law in this country has the same standard. Now, police procedure and policies narrows that down a bit. Most departments do. The industry standard is you don't shoot at a moving vehicle.
Stop right there. You don't shoot a moving vehicle.
That's a standard in the industry.
So what happened here?
Well, let me finish now. In 2016, after Nice, and then Berlin, we tweaked that standard. Here in New York City, even, we did tweak that standard. This is not a mass casualty event, but it is understood since Nice and Berlin. And then, you know, shortly after we tweaked it in May of 2019, it happened on the West Side Highway. Guy mowed down 8 people.
So what's the new standard?
You don't shoot a moving vehicle unless there is a specific threat of death in the immediate sense. It's reserved typically for mass casualty event, which
as you're talking, let's roll this clip, please, because you can kind of see the rate. We're not going to stop it; just roll it.
See, now
the rate at which the car was.
Stop it right there. Okay.
Because the mayor's saying she was making a turn. Would that hold up?
She's in reverse,
and that she's trying to turn out.
She's trying to escape, Tom. This is an arrest. The part of license and registration, please, all that has come and gone. She's under arrest at this point, and now she's evading law enforcement. She's not leaving nicely. This is evasion of law enforcement.
I don't know if we have the clip here, but there was a shot of the windshield, and there is a gunshot in the windshield that you see. It's in the front of the windshield, right here. You see it right here.
Right.
What if anything, will that tell investigators?
Well, initially, he's straight on. The car's coming straight at him. You know, listen.
Because there's a question of did they shoot from the side? Was his life not really in danger? This might show it's a direct shot through the windshield. That car's coming towards the officer.
Correct. He's so far in front of that car, he's not even in the initial clip. I hate to say this, but we have gotten to the point, everything evolves. Police science is evolving. We don't just analyze the shooting, we analyze each shot. Shot number 1, absolutely justified, cars coming straight at him.
Yeah.
Shots 2 and 3, we're going to require some more discussion on that.
Okay, Captain John Monahan, we thank you walking through this again. We want to say there's a lot about this that we don't know, but thank you for walking us frame by frame for what we do have. We're going to turn now to the other big story of the day that we're following, the U.S. seizing 2 more sanctioned oil tankers, one of them sailing under a Russian flag. It comes amid new questions of just how much control the U.S. will exert over Venezuela's new regime. Kelly O'Donnell reports tonight from the White House.
The Trump administration taking new, bold enforcement actions in the dark of night and at sea, seizing vessels as part of President Trump's claim he is in charge of Venezuela and its oil, sparking a potential clash between President Trump and Russian President Putin.
2 oil tankers, 2 overnight,
or seized by the United States of America, stateless or sanctioned.
These edited government videos show the Coast Guard rappelling to the deck of one of those ships, the seizure approved by a federal judge. One of the tankers had eluded them for weeks and had flown a false Russian flag. The White House said today the move should not provoke Russia.
This was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that.
All of it after President Trump approved the high-risk U.S. military mission to arrest Venezuela's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro, that brought him to stand trial in the U.S., leaving behind a Maduro loyalist as interim leader. Today, Secretary of State Rubio telling lawmakers the U.S. blockade is intended to pressure that regime to change its conduct, including handing sanctioned oil to the U.S.
We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace. We will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime.
But Democrats unswayed.
I mean, this is an insane plan. They are talking about stealing the Venezuelan oil at gunpoint for a period of time undefined.